Hello, friends. It's me again. We're back with what I think will probably be the last part of Wither to Shine in Punishing Grey Raven. It's been a really, it's been a really interesting chapter so far. As a brief recap, after things started getting increasingly terrible and dire, and more characters died. um, we have ended up in a situation where we have gone into the Hetero Tower, passed beyond the gate, ascended to a higher plane of existence, went back in time into a clone of myself, used that to merge with Chaos and become Chaos's primary consciousness, kill Cradle, take the authority of Agent Zero, and become the will of the Punishing Virus. And after all that, I still can't fix anything. Honestly, it's crazy. I love it. So yeah, I'm God now. Really, just like perfect way to start Pride Month by overreaching my capabilities. By reaching beyond mortal by reaching beyond mortal ken and paying for my actions. Is this not what Pride is about? Oh, it's gay Pride? Oh. Oh, I thought it was just Pride Month. Oh. No, I'm kidding, obviously. Yeah, anyway. Last we left off, after receiving the crushing news that despite succeeding in my extremely risky plan, I still can't do anything. I have gotten a bit mad at Ishmael again, and decided to look into her past. Because I'm like, well, you've been reading my story all this time. Why don't I get to take a look at your story for a change? So that's what we're gonna do. Next stage, Four-Winged White Raven. At the center of the buildings with varied exteriors stands a colossal four-winged white raven. We got 2 achievements to get here. Okay. Ooh, this is pretty art. At the center of the buildings with varied exteriors stands a colossal four-winged white raven. Stars and planets form iridescent light bands, encircling a dark sun. The city is filled with starlight, yet remains deathly silent. Ishmael sits atop the city's tallest building. This is her favorite spot, where she always brings herself in her free time. Only here can she feel that she is not alone. Upon sensing the strange presence of life, Ishmael slightly raises her head, only to immediately furrow her brow in disgust. Multiple hetero creatures gradually emerge from the red tide seeping through a fissure unseen. She draws her key staff, coldly observing the vile creatures spawning before her. Stay and become nutrients, then.
Here they come again. Annoying bugs. Which crack did they crawl through this time? Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge?
That might have been my fault.
Just make it. Embrace it. This is the miracle. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? It's just a small thing. Embrace it. This is the miracle. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. This area is clear. Let's go check over there.
What's this?
I thought I'd lost it, but it turns out I just left it here.
Hey, did you know? We intercepted some unexpected information.
Is this some kind of joke?
But if it's really heat death... Well... Why is it happening again? This isn't the place you can just corrupt. Don't blink. Stork, would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? I will go first. Like always, it's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the mere not bad. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. The rift hasn't been sealed yet. That's a problem.
Keep looking around a bit first. Because I do want to find more data fragments. If I do something here, will it just do the same thing, or...?
Four-winged white raven, protect us. It's been a long time since I said that.
Ugh, I really gotta replace my cord. My controller is not cooperating very well. I just keep forgetting to do it.
Huh? Is this what I lost when I was here last time?
The Parhelion hangs high above, shining over the city in dead silence. Parhelion is also the name of Ishmael's frame.
Will all civilizations eventually perish?
The last star is about to go out. We have no more chances.
研究院说找到了新的物质。
Oops.
Apparently, it can replicate civilizations. Could that really be the answer?
I really want to see Endymion. I heard they have the most beautiful sunsets in the whole galaxy.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Endymion again.
May the four-winged white raven protect us.
Even if it's a graveyard of civilizations, you can't just corrupt it.
Ishmael!
Heat death? That's just a theory. It can't be real.
I'm going on vacation to the next galaxy.
Ishmael?
The leftover memories are damaged. Only the final voice remains. The last piece. So it was here.
Oh,
Brings back memories.
I changed skins. Nice.
All right, it's about to end. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
And this is a special effects coding, so new attack animations.
Not bad. Don't do it. Pilot, would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Well then, until next time, my city.
The gate slowly closes. A book with a four-winged white raven engraved on its cover slowly materializes in Chaos's hand. Light gray curves twist and intertwine, forming lines of complete text. Bowing her head, she stares at the heavy tome. Let me see. The lonely human opens the weighty tome. Let me see your past. Let me see the hardships you have endured. Let me see if there exists a new answer. And why your civilization has been reduced to you alone. Okay, I'm actually going to be right back because I'm actually doing laundry at the moment. And I'm pretty sure it's time for me to move it from the washer to the dryer. So I'll be right back. I'll be back very soon. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Let's learn more about Ishmael's homeworld. Heat death in time. Heat death is but a hypothesis, a construct of fiction, a distant catastrophe that will never truly arrive. Ishmael changes out of her researcher's uniform and sits by the table, gazing at the star-filled sky beyond the window. Outside, stars are scattered evenly across the sky, their brilliance undiminished by the hot star overhead. Magnificent structures with bold, sweeping curves interweave across the landscape, gleaming in the starlight. The girl is waiting for the appointed time to arrive. It's time. Her eyes look really different. Because normally she's got those, like, kind of empty-looking gray eyes. Now they're a little more bluish. She's got pupils. The stars used for timekeeping flicker several times across the firmament, signaling the appointed hour has arrived. The terminal emits an urgent notification sound. Ishmael taps on it to input the preset coordinates into the door. A tool for the blank civilization to send and receive messages. All cities' bots are connected to a master computer placed on a special planet, through which countless data streams are sent, received, and spread among the galaxies. The door emits a soft sound. Ishmael puts on a relaxed smile and opens it. She has already made plans with her colleague from the Institute to visit the city's recreational district. Outside the door, skyscrapers appear tiny as ants as the girl materializes in cosmic space, tens of thousands of meters above ground. A protective shield quietly activates, safeguarding its master. It's been too long since I've space jumped. How did I end up sending the door way up here? Frustrated by her mistake, the girl quickly locks back onto the correct coordinates. Before she can even pull the door open, the voice of her colleague comes through from the other side. May the four-winged white raven protect. Ishmael! You're the last to show up again! With a mix of laughter and reproach, the black-haired girl pulls Ishmael through the door. You're the one coming early. I was just a bit tired from working overtime, and I accidentally typed the coordinates wrong. Whatever. You're buying the snacks today. No ifs, ands, or buts. We agreed on this already, remember? Alright, leave it to me. I just got a bonus anyway. The girls laugh and jest as they make their way through the city. This is the greatest era. Shining like a sea of stars, their civilization has led them to the glittering stage of the universe. They store energy from hot stars, possessing an almost inexhaustible power source. They can utilize spatial physics to instantly anchor teleportation points that lead to other cities, or even somewhere between stars. The footprints of their civilization have spread throughout the galaxy. They are about to set sail, exploring a deeper future and the more mysterious realm of time. Looks like your instructor is as generous as usual. Meanwhile, mine never throws in any extra bonuses. Ooh, I like this girl's outfit. Sipping on another super sweet drink again? Be careful or you'll get sick. No way. I'll be fine. Ishmael stirs the drink. Etha smacks her lips, then suddenly speaks as if remembering something. Oh, right. Have you heard about that, you know... She lowers her voice, speaking in a mysterious tone. What? Do you seriously not know? Ugh, you've been grinding too hard with all that overtime. It's about our research institute. We captured a really strange record. Etta quickly scans the area, confirming no one is watching them, before adopting a secretive tone in her speech. Remember when I mentioned someone at the Institute had this wild idea and built a weird machine? They say it could capture messages from either the far future or the distant past. That machine has been sitting there running all this time. Since it doesn't consume much data flow, nobody has ever bothered to shut it down. Then, a few days ago, someone accidentally noticed that the machine had received... The dark screen flickers with an eerie green light as massive data streams rush across it. The captured information resembles a tiny bug, stored in a worm trap in the bottom right corner, designed for specific data. So, what exactly did it receive? Actually, it was just 2 bytes. Heat death. The black-haired girl casually drops these 2 words as if they were nothing significant. How is the Institute responding to this message? Opinions are all over the place, just like always. Everyone's spouting their own theories, talking past each other. Some people are totally convinced that it's like a legit message, transmitted from a zillion light years away. Some kind of doom and gloom prophecy, blah blah blah. Some claim it must be fake, suggesting a thorough check of the facility's surveillance terminals. They believe someone with ill intentions has infiltrated specifically to play malicious pranks and sow fear. Etta purses her lips dismissively, apparently finding neither theory particularly convincing. Heat death. Ishmael furrows her brow, as she can't shake the feeling that there's more to this message than meets the eye. Hey, that look on your face. You're not going to sprint back to work overtime now, are you? Etta alertly grabs hold of her. Relax. I was just reminded of something my professor once said. That's all. Ishmael pats her reassuringly. Oh yeah, Professor Rahele's research is all about time and heat death. How's it going with her work? Is her universe model still not done yet? Gathering information on heat death by creating a cosmic regression model. That still feels pretty shaky. I'm not sure. She's been very busy lately. I haven't heard her talk about the progress, and she hasn't even replied to the thesis I pulled an all-nighter to finish. But if, and I'm just saying if, heat death is real, what would happen to us? Etta chews her food, lost in thought for a moment, then shakes her head as if dismissing the ideas in her mind. Even if that message is legit, the 4-winged white raven protects us. But if heat death really does come, how can we possibly solve it? Everyone knows that heat death is the universe's ultimate end. We can't possibly solve irreversible entropy increase. Sorry, I didn't mean to mock your research. It's just... The girl looks at Ishmael in confusion. I still can't figure out why you ditched the popular interstellar exploration back then, picking the whole time and heat death thing instead. After all, there's no true answer to that, right? I'm not really sure. Maybe I was just purely interested in the subject back then. The pink-haired girl tries to recall her thoughts after graduation, only to realize that the memory eludes her entirely. Why did she choose to study time and heat death? Was it because of a nightmare from long ago, envisioning a universe consumed by heat death and eerie silence? Or was she drawn to Professor Rahele's presentation when choosing her research project? Stars cannot burn forever, and information cannot be reversed. Therefore, my in-depth research focuses on time and heat death. My goal is to construct a macro model of the cosmos, simulate the cyclical phenomenon of cosmic regression, find solutions to heat death, and explore the possibility of information reversal. A macro model of the cosmos that displays the possibilities of cosmic evolution through a digital model. It's an attempt to visually reveal the nature of the universe and explore the laws for the universe's development. One day, I will transcend time, find the solution to heat death, and reach the end of the starry sky. Even today, she still remembers her instructor's recruitment speech. Beyond the magnificent and awe-inspiring thesis lies a romantic and extraordinary cosmic mythology. Hey! You're spacing out again! Forget it. Let's not talk about those mood killers. Hey, did you check out those new vacation planets in the brochure I sent you yesterday? We promised to go on a trip together during our next holiday. I'll look at it right now. Sorry. Ishmael quickly opens the message from her friend, revealing a captivating array of vacation planet holograms that spring to life. An animated virtual tour guide enthusiastically details the unique features of each planet. There's the anti-gravity Bola, where seawater envelops clouds on the horizon. Moya, characterized by its pale, rocky terrain, known as the filming site for the trending series adaptation of The Legend of the Grey Star. And there's also Endymion. The planet's in a stable binary system. Endymion orbits a single star, and the others too far to matter. But this is precisely what creates Sorry. But this is precisely what creates a dreamlike spectacle. Oh, you're also interested in Endymion? Etha leans in and notices the page where Ishmael's finger has paused. Yeah, my professor's friend happens to live on that planet. Wow, that sounds awesome! Too bad Endymion is so huge. If we really wanted to check it all out, our short vacation wouldn't even scratch the surface. I really want to see Endymion. I heard they have the most beautiful sunsets in the whole galaxy. Let's go together on our next long break. You're right. We'll get our chance eventually. The girls have already put the mysterious message out of their minds. This is civilization at its most brilliant. They can accomplish anything except controlling time itself. And they're about to explore even more distant realms of the universe. Heat death is merely a hypothesis, existing only in fiction. A catastrophe too distant to ever reach. It would never truly come to pass. Heat death may be just a hypothesis, but soon we will master time itself. A sea of researchers crowds the front of the Research Institute, eagerly awaiting Rahele's latest research announcement. We have verified the possibility of time travel. She unveils the curtain behind her, revealing a massive machine in the room. The crowd erupts in astonishment. Time travel has truly been verified? Prior to this, we have conducted multiple verifications. Many pioneers have already used this time travel machine to advance forward or back in time. As agreed, they have all left sufficient evidence at different points in time, proving the effectiveness of this time machine. The middle-aged woman displays a series of projections, the marking of the Research Institute on the left on a rock wall billions of years ago. A pioneer deliberately appearing at the moment of a famous historical figure's death, and even, with the time travel coordinates preset, a pioneer, guided by the time travel terminal, slowly materializes beside the time mainframe. I adapted the idea of communication terminals employing the mainframe for anchoring and the terminals for linking to data streams. The mainframe is powered by a planetary computer. When tethered to a specific temporal locus, the terminal leverages data stream transmission to ferry pioneers to their intended temporal destination. The mainframe securely fixes their point of return to ensure no divergence on the journey back. I won't disclose the specific operational concepts here. But with such a machine created, what can you actually use it for? Research acceleration, space jumps? But these don't hold any substantial significance for our civilization. That's a good question. This leads to the second announcement I wanted to share with everyone today. The middle-aged woman smiles, her expression brightening at the thought of her soon-to-be-realized dream. I will be the first scholar to enter the time travel machine and commence temporal travel. The course of history cannot be altered. Even as a scholar, what do you expect to accomplish? Naturally, I'm not going to the past, but rather the future. She gazes at the machine, the fruit of decades of her dedicated research, as if looking at her child, her eyes gleaming with pride. Ishmael will take over my research on heat death and continue developing and refining the cosmic model, while I will journey into the future and explore the possibilities of temporal extension. I will send messages back from the future, employing advanced technology and observations to further refine the cosmic model, seeking a solution to heat death, and overcoming this unsolvable challenge. Without a doubt, no one takes Rahela's words seriously. They dismiss them as just another of her far-fetched fantasies. Constrained by the paradoxes of history, no one dares to recklessly attempt traveling to the past or venturing into the future. To beings with nearly limitless lifespans like themselves, the time machine is viewed as a mere novelty for travel, a concept dismissed by many as incapable of achieving anything truly meaningful. The excitement surrounding the time travel machine's unveiling has temporarily subsided, leaving only a handful of key researchers busily adjusting the device. Do you really have to go yourself? Following her instructor's request, Ishmael assists with adjusting the machine's data stream, while looking at her instructor with concern, who has already equipped the time travel terminal. Of course. Do you remember what I told you? Truth only exists in your own eyes. Her pupils sparkle with light, carrying the weight of her dreams. When I was still a young girl, I often found myself wondering, what lies at the end of time? Is it the heat death brought by increasing entropy? Or another space? Or perhaps the deities in the legends? She pats Ishmael's shoulder in a reassuring gesture. This is a great opportunity, Ishmael. I'll obtain more knowledge in the future, and I'll use the mainframe to transmit that knowledge back to you. Civilization cannot survive solely on stellar energy. Stars will eventually extinguish, and when the universe goes dark, heat death will inevitably approach. We must find a way to survive this catastrophe. I understand. It's just... Don't worry. I've already forwarded that paper I haven't read yet to my old friend. You know her. TA-3T class. She'll be transferred back to our institute soon and continue the project with you. I'm not worrying about my paper, Professor. Looking at Ishmael's solemn expression, Rahela gives this resigned smile. Oh, look at you. So serious for someone so young, completely missing my joke. Don't act like this is some final farewell. You know this experiment is perfectly safe. For you, it'll be as if I've just gone on a long journey. We'll meet again in the future. Then, I'll take you to Bola to try their local specialty, skyfish. Deal? Okay. Wiping her reddened eyes, Ishmael forces a smile. Calibration complete. Coordinate anchoring finalized. We can begin now. Let's go then. Goodbye, Ishmael. After readjusting her time travel terminal, Rahele smiles at Ishmael. Goodbye. Deep blue light melts like liquid, enveloping the middle-aged woman. She vanishes from where she stood. After that day, everything returns to normal. Ishmael continues her instructor's incomplete experiment using the data stream Rahele left behind. They are attempting to construct a grand cosmic model that simulates the universe's cyclical process of infinite expansion and contraction. Their goal is to predict when the heat death of the universe will occur, and explore the possibility of information reversal. Time passes by, day after day. At first, Professor Rahele occasionally sends back data, seemingly having arrived at a distant future. Continuously, she keeps transmitting inferences about the cosmic model, having observed much more accurate data in the future. This is such a fascinating experience. I can't reveal details, but this is really intriguing. You should see it for yourself. Inference number 487 regarding updates to the cosmic model. I never expected it would be like this. Backward approach to cosmic model updates. But after that... Hey, Ishmael! The black-haired girl gently taps on the window frame, signaling her arrival. Is it mealtime already? She reflexively checks her terminal, yet no notification chimes. Beyond the window, the stars designated for timekeeping remain dim and lightless. No, that's not it. We've received another weird message. Why are you spacing out? Still worried about your instructor? Take care of yourself, okay? Etha slips in through the doorway and refills Ishmael's cup with a fresh drink. Yeah. Although the time mainframe still maintains a connection with the terminal she equips, she hasn't sent any messages back for quite some time. Thanks to the information Professor Rahele has been sending back, the cosmic model is approaching perfection, but the lack of any messages from her for such a long time remains concerning. Maybe she's been sending messages to her family instead? Maybe. Frowning in thought for a moment, Ishmael confirms once more that the mainframe hasn't received any transmissions from Rahele before turning to look at Etha. It's not mealtime yet. Why did you sneak out? Huh. Etha, her arms folded, appears to be caught in an intense internal conflict. Emotions flicker unpredictably across her face. Eventually, after a prolonged pause, she breaks the silence. Screw it. I think I should tell you anyway, even though my instructor told me not to say anything to you. They were worried it might affect your condition. Because... And I also think it's just a coincidence, but... Take a look at this. Etha projects a note from her terminal. Remember that machine capable of capturing messages from either the far future or the distant past? After capturing that first message, my instructor specifically arranged for people to check that machine regularly. Just yesterday, we discovered it had intercepted a new message from the data stream. Technically, this is classified, but it contains information about you. And since you're part of the Research Institute, you fall under its knowledge-sharing system. That's why I dared to bring it out to show you. She gazes at the note in shock. Ishmeri? Should that be Ishmael, or is this not a typo? The heat death hypothesis has become reality. When approximately was this message received? According to the time it was captured by the worm chap, it was 2303 standard time yesterday. At 2303 standard time yesterday, the time mainframe did indeed register a major fluctuation. Could it be related to this message? I still think it's just a coincidence. Given enough time, even a monkey with a typewriter could produce a literary masterpiece. Besides, they couldn't even spell your name correctly. Okay, so it wasn't. It was supposed to say that. Ishmeri. She points at Ishmeri written on the note and shakes her head. The machine must have computed this on its own, extracting data from recent information streams and simulating this. You're right. Ishmael maintains a frightening calm as she records the characteristics of this unusual fluctuations data stream, collects relevant information from the surroundings, and archives all the data. Only then does she slowly turn her head. Only my professor would misspell the male in my name as Mary. Ishmeri. Hey, Red Earthling, how are you? I hope you're having a good day too. Yeah, I've had an okay day. Nothing super eventful. Yeah, how about you? I hope you're having a good day too. Your day just started. Oh, sorry. You're gonna have lunch in a little bit? I hope you enjoy your lunch. If you've already decided, tell me what you're gonna eat. I hope it's something tasty. I mean, something tasty to you. Gosh. Why do I want a grilled cheese all of a sudden? With only outlandish speculations, there is no way to verify that the heat death hypothesis has become reality. You're gonna have Korean food later? Ooh, exciting. I hope you enjoy it. Ishmael diligently seeks help from every available source. Working with her professor's friend, the scholar named TA3T class, they had captured fragment after fragment of information from the River of Time. Thank you, Red Earthling. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I entered the future. Limited by certain rules, I can't leave behind much information. Could it be God or cosmic law? I see universe about to perish. The data stream, irreversible. It come. Ishmeri. The heat death hypothesis has become reality. Messages left by her professor in the future keep appearing, coinciding with the abrupt loss of connection between her terminal and the time mainframe. She has disappeared, vanishing into the future of an unknown time far ahead. Countless pieces of evidence are laid bare, forcing the Galactic Research Institute to confront this terrifying truth. The heat death hypothesis has become reality. Heat death cannot possibly exist. We still have countless stars, and the universe is boundless. How could there ever be a day when everything is exhausted? But what about the rate of reproduction? With medical care so perfected, living beings barely age or die. After a certain period, a population would completely fill a planet. Now, Even the most inhospitable planet Bola has begun accepting immigrants. If this continues, we'll eventually fill this entire galaxy. There's still the next star system, and the universe much wider beyond. It took us tens of thousands of years to deplete this planet's resources, and now we've even begun creating new planets ourselves. But it's only been less than 2,000 years since we began exploring this galaxy. This has given me, if anyone else here has played Final Fantasy XIV, this has given me big, like, Amarot, Elpis vibes. A bygone civilization that's, like, reached such heights. Feels very familiar. Now, the energy required for annual migration to other planets drains 1/10 of an entire star. After another 100 years, another 300, another 500. Or you think we can just brush it all off and wait like this until heat death comes to pass, when the entire universe is completely extinguished, like a candle burned down to nothing? The heated debate momentarily ceases, and the room falls into complete silence. I still believe heat death is absolutely impossible. We shouldn't dive headfirst into this research solely on the basis of Rahele's personal theories. But apparently this has already become reality. The renowned director waves a hand in irritation, seemingly unwilling to continue this part of the discussion. Many of the messages Rahele sent back have been verified, though lacking in detail. They're sufficient to confirm the authenticity of this information. Furthermore, after obtaining the information from her, Ishmael and TA3T class have improved the cosmic model she left behind. The cosmic model? Do you remember Rahele's original research direction? Construct a macro model of the cosmos to find solutions to heat death and explore the possibility of information reversible. The director pinches the bridge of his nose and waves his hand, signaling Ishmael to continue speaking. With the data and information continuously transmitted back from Professor Rahele, we have perfected the cosmic regression module that previously had flaws. A complex information projection materializes in front of the desk, with a series of parameters continuously scrolling by. Since this cosmic model was originally created to calculate heat death, it has always featured a countdown display. When the model calculates that the universe has begun its contraction cycle, that is, when heat death is approaching, this cosmic model would automatically initiate a countdown. Previously, when the model was still incomplete, the countdown section always showed garbled code. Until a few days ago, when we filled the last gap in this model using the information sent by the professor. The young girl's face appears pale, while a long string of numbers in the information projection flickers incessantly, gradually dwindling in value. 10 standard years from now. But how can you be certain this is real? After our discovery, we requested a batch of experimental subjects. The pink-haired girl purses her lips, a sense of discomfort evident in her expression. We have attempted to send them to a time beyond the countdown deadline, with a simple button designed to transmit information back to us. Until now, the time mainframe hasn't received a single message from them. Ishmael lowers her eyes as she projects a series of information onto the display. Travelers sent over 10 standard years into the future have completely lost their connection to the mainframe, and the information fluctuations that have appeared right before their disconnection are exactly identical to that of Scholar Rahele. They all hit a wall known as heat death. The crimson numbers hang over everyone like the sword of Damocles, emitting an ominous ticking sound. They have left no information behind. There's no way to even surmise what exactly happened to them. I can only analyze based on this data. Before this, they have never considered such a grand proposition. In such a vast universe, how could the heat of stars possibly be exhausted? Even if the main sequence stars were depleted, there are so many others. Unstable pulsating variables, late-type giants, flare stars, and other variables. With such abundant resources, they could even activate massive stellar core attractors to create their own asteroids. How could heat death possibly come? However, through a series of meticulous verifications from every possible perspective, evidence has consistently validated Rahele's hypothesis. What are you planning to do? Continue Rahele's research. The director gestures to Ishmael, who furrows her brow and begins explaining her instructor's research with visible unease. Professor Rahele once proposed that there might exist a certain substance in the universe capable of storing information. Using this information as a medium, perhaps our civilization could be stored within it, transcending the heat death of the universe in an alternative form. She designated this research as a contingency project for surviving heat death, which is why another research team has been continuously advancing the study. In the preliminary stage, we have confirmed the existence of the hypothesis and reached conclusions through theoretical material calculations. Subsequently, the Galactic Research Institute immediately assembles a specialized research team to take over Rahele's work. Massive detectors are built one after another, the largest one occupying an entire asteroid. They have invested the maximum amount of funding and resources, trying desperately to find that seemingly fantastical substance. The punishing virus can store information, but it also is bad. Whoa. This is really something else. Etha gazes at Ishmael's completely renovated laboratory, clicking her tongue in amazement. My instructor tried forever to get this mass spectrometer, but now you're here juggling 3 of them like it's no big deal. Oh, and this one here? This terminal is monitoring that legendary gravitational matter detector installed on a planet, isn't it? Her face beams with excitement as she watches the information continuously scrolling across the terminal's screen. This is amazing. I'd love to visit that planet someday and see that legendary detector in person. Hey, why do you still look so glum? Etha playfully nudges Ishmael with her elbow. Yeah. Ishmael shows little enthusiasm for the new laboratory equipment. She frowns as she studies the information captured by the terminal. I'm just feeling a bit uneasy. Uneasy? What's there to be uneasy about? You've got all these people helping with your research, plus all kinds of high-end detection equipment and unlimited funding. Isn't that awesome? Etha draws out her words as she plops down in a nearby chair. But the cost of all this is too high. In our recent experiments, each activation of the gravitational matter detector consumes 1/10 of a star's energy. The information isn't decreasing. It's actually increasing at an alarming rate instead. 2 stars have already been extinguished. Are the higher-ups unaware of this? I've already brought this issue up, but... Ishmael, you must understand one thing. The director of the Galactic Research Institute speaks with a steady voice that brooks no argument. Our civilization has reached its current state through billions of years of accumulated progress. It stands like a brilliant lighthouse, continuously radiating light throughout the universe. Our civilization is at its most prosperous moment. We have already mapped out this galaxy, this universe, and now we are advancing toward even deeper, more distant frontiers. At this juncture, we needn't worry about 1 or 2 stars. His figure stands tall, with his back to the window. Rather than concerning ourselves with extinguishing a star, what we need to consider is preserving everything we currently have. It's about preserving our civilization, protecting it as it navigates through the heat death. No matter the cost, we must keep it safe. The director turns his head, glancing at the timekeeping star outside the window. But isn't that just gonna speed along the heat death if they keep extinguishing stars like that? Jeez, that's really a lot of pressure. I can't imagine having so many big shots keeping an eye on everything I do. It's not just about the pressure, though. I can't shake the feeling that this is not the right approach. But it's hard to do anything about it, you know? Information is irreversible, like spilled water from a cup. It's impossible to gather it all back up. Kind of reminds me of something I keep saying in regards to Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail, with how Alexandria and Solution 9 have ended up on Hydaelyn. And it's like, because they've got like super advanced technology. And like, I was thinking just about how that's not something that can be reversed. Like, the world will always have that technology now, you know, barring some terrible catastrophe. But, like, the way I always think of it is, you can't put the technological advancement toothpaste back in the toothpaste tube. You can't put the information toothpaste back in the tube. It's out. Don't worry about it. Just let the big shots handle all those headaches. All right. Time to clock out. Etha springs up energetically from the chair. Let's go hit the shops. Wait a moment. Pulled along by Etha's grip on her arm, Ishmael only manages to switch off the lights before being hurriedly whisked away. In the dimly lit laboratory, large equipment blinks with rhythmic patterns of light. Ishmeri, do not explore. Throughout this enormously expensive experiment, stars across the universe continue to extinguish one by one. The Galactic Research Institute seems entirely unfazed by the escalating costs. When one galaxy extinguishes, there's always another. The universe is vast and infinite. They wouldn't trouble themselves over such concerns. The Galactic Exploration Team hasn't brought back news from the other universes yet. Before the last main sequence star in this universe extinguishes, the experiment team led by Ishmael finally has discovered that special substance. It is a coincidence that seems destined to happen. Execute routine information logging and organization. Authorization verification successful. Standard time, 7871, 22:15. Gravitational matter detector compressing, substance. Experiment failed. Standard time, 7871, 22:18. Gravitational matter detector compressing, substance. Experiment failed. Standard time, 7871, 2221. Gravitational matter detector compressing. Substance. Experiment failed. Failure record. 2215. Failure record. 2218. Failure record. A long list of failure records lines the terminal screen, but Ishmael remains undaunted. Scientific research has always been a cycle of relentless toil, where the fruits of success are noticeably scarce, let alone when they're practically searching for a virtual substance that might not even exist. Standard time 7871 23-3. Gravitational matter detector compressing. Substance. Experiment successful. Gravitational magnetic field captured. Code virtual particle. 23-3. Record. Successful? Her eyes widen as she looks in disbelief at the rapid stream of data cascading across the terminal's interface. Her gaze locks onto the luminous red words flashing boldly before her. Experiment successful. How is this even possible? It actually exists. Inside the laboratory, the experiment terminal rapidly records all information, with bright red text flashing repeatedly across the screen. Standard... The Punisher! Sorry, just a quick little stretch. Okay, the Punisher. The Punisher is the Agent Zero belonging to the Four-Winged White Raven. It's coming! The Galactic Research Institute has reportedly made another groundbreaking discovery of the Code Virtual Particle Substance. In efforts to simplify communication, the Galactic Research Institute has officially named this substance Substance Zero, following extensive research. Oh my gosh, it's Cole! Hi, Cole! How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. As you can see, we're continuing with the new PGR story chapter. Now we're looking at Ishmael's past. And looking at the civilization that she came from another world or universe or something. Probably gonna learn how it met its downfall. Now, please join me in welcoming the director of the Galactic Research Institute to unveil this extraordinary discovery to us. Hello, everyone. I am Silton, director of the Galactic Research Institute. The Code Virtual Particle Substance has been officially designated by us as Substance Zero. This special substance was discovered by a team led by our researcher Ishmael. We're currently running multiple verification tests on it, while our leading research team delves into the specific properties. But first, what we can confirm is, it genuinely can replicate atomic-level life. It's like a large and stable... well, in simpler terms, it's like those holographic simulation game consoles that are popular among teenagers these days. Eventually, Substance Zero will be used to store our entire civilization. The audience below erupts into thunderous applause, celebrating both the Galactic Research Institute's discovery and the new voyage they're about to embark on. Yeah, so for some more context, Cole, they've just discovered the existence of a substance that they're calling Substance Zero that can apparently store information. Now, I don't know how much you've paid attention to the story so far, but there's something in our world that can store information too. And it's the punishing virus. So I have a feeling I know where this is going. And it's not going anywhere good. Director's using Substance Zero to hustle for funding again. Sure, we've made progress with our research, but is this really gonna be fine? Hey! Ishmael! Are you even listening to me? Sorry. I was just thinking about something else. What's with you today? Etha stands up from the table, studying Ishmael with concern. You've been completely out of it ever since Professor Rahele left. I know you're worried about her, but aren't we all doing our best here? You were totally out of it when the project kicked off, and you're still the same even after you found Substance Zero. What's really going on with you? You've never been like this before. I don't know. I just feel uneasy. Ishmael stares at the constantly streaming data in the terminal, anxiously twisting the hem of her clothes. The punishment of the Grey Raven is almost upon us. Close, Cole. Because this time, it's the punishment of the White Raven. Because in this world that Ishmael comes from, they seem to worship a being called the Four-Winged White Raven. Yeah, a White Raven. Not a Grey Raven this time. It's crazy. So yeah, what's approaching is not the punishment of the Grey Raven, but the punishment of the White Raven. Ishmael stares at the constantly streaming data on the terminal, anxiously twisting the hem of her clothes. Didn't the director already announce the conclusion? Substance Zero is enough to help us survive the heat death. So what's there to worry about? Oh, for some more context, Cole, they just, in this world, they just discovered that the heat death of the universe is going to happen within like 10 years. Yikes. You did an amazing job finding the solution in just 5 standard years. Etha tries to comfort Ishmael. You really should take a break. You've been staring at the terminal for days now. Are you waiting for the results from the first batch of life replication? Well, I get it. It's actual life we're talking about here, after all. Etha rests her chin on her hand, her face filled with admiration. Such a profound proposition. I'd love to join your project team, but my instructor absolutely refuses to let me go. Yeah, so much punishing. There's so much punishing happening in this game. Beyond the window, the sun has already dipped below the horizon. Also, I don't know if you saw, but the title of this particular, scene is literally The Punisher. The sparse natural stars above flicker faintly, while the timekeeping star looms heavily, methodically announcing the present hour. That star is glowing. There. That one. The last main sequence star. In the dim light, the final naturally formed star suspended in the sky flickers languidly. They're probably using the final bits of energy from the main sequence star to make more asteroids. They've been at it for like forever. But that is the last star. Ishmael lets out a sigh. God, the last naturally formed star is going out. She has tried to stop the director and others from continuing the experiment on Substance Zero. She has even attempted to hide its discovery. But the planetary computer has faithfully recorded everything, with all experimental data being accurately synchronized and reported to the central system of the Institute. When Substance Zero's ability to replicate information was discovered, the director was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately organized press conferences of all scales to announce this momentous news to the entire galaxy. Hi, Vilrose! Yeah, imagine using up the energy of every reachable star in 5 years. That's crazy. And imagine having no more natural stars. That's even crazier. Director, I still think there's something off with Substance Zero. I've already informed them to process your contribution bonus for this standard year. It's not about my bonus, Director. The characteristics that Substance Zero has shown are totally chaotic by nature. It's really dangerous. Of course I know that chaos is dangerous, Ishmael. The director finally looks up from the complex tasks on his terminal. But the world needs hope, and our civilization needs to be preserved. We only have 5 standard years left, Ishmael. Besides, we've already tested it. It indeed can replicate everything from our civilization. Yeah, I'm glad you're here for the ending parts of the chapter too, Vilrose. God, the parts I did yesterday were crazy. It was wild to me that, like, after passing through the gate... Oh, sorry, first. Cole's day was good. It was your mother's birthday, so you made her some everything bagel danishes. Ooh! That sounds fun and yummy. Ugh. I like everything bagels. I used to have them a lot when I was in college. They had, because they had everything bagels at a cafe I went to a lot. I mean, normally if I could, I would just get a plain bagel, but sometimes they ran out of plain bagels, so I would just get the everything bagel, and that was nice too. Now I want a bagel. Admittedly, I'm mostly eating the bagel for the cream cheese, but, you know. Well, yeah, passing through the gate, going back in time into my dying clone, merging with Chaos, becoming Agent Zero, and then learning that I still can't do anything. It was insane. But it was really fun to go through. There was a small part of me that worried, though, that, like, people who were coming into it with no context were just listening to me talk, like, what in the actual hell is this guy talking about? Because it was getting pretty high concept, you know? Whether it's inorganic matter or organic matter, from buildings to plants, and even life itself. But so far, all the information has been reproducing chaotically. How is chaos not a form of order in itself? Perhaps we just haven't discovered its patterns yet. It is, after all, a new form of matter. We need to give it enough time. Ugh. It's giving hubris. This is not what Pride Month is about. That's all I'll say. Alright, I have an interview coming up. How about you come along and provide some commentary? I'd rather not. Thank you, Director. In resignation, she gently closes the door from outside. Ever since then, the Director has subtly marginalized her, excluding her from Substance Zero's core research circle and restricting her to synchronized experiment data access only. It is nothing different from stripping away all her authority within the project. Fortunately, Ishmael has already lost interest in continuing that part of the research. She immerses herself in Rahele's previous research on the time travel mainframe, beginning a self-imposed exile of repetitive, dry information experiments. Authorization verification successful. Standard time 7873-15-5. Substance Zero experiment replication of substance. Replication successful. Standard time 7873-17-25. Substance Zero experiment replication of substance. Replication successful. Standard time 7873-21-25. Substance Zero experiment replication of test subject A21S5. Replication successful. Also, I might have been talking about this before you came in, Bill Rose, but I'm definitely picking up on what this Substance Zero is. Regularly perusing the Substance Zero experiment records relayed by the terminal, Ishmael watches everything unfold with deep concern. She has repeatedly calculated the properties of Substance Zero, but never managed to verify the results. The countdown within the Cosmic Regression module steadily diminishes, despite utilizing the time mainframe multiple times to project subjects into the future. The results remain unchanged. Is the emergence of Substance Zero truly the solution to the heat death of the universe? Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I was also wondering how many months are in a year for Ishmael's people. Because this is like, presumably a whole different dimension. So like, it would make sense that their solar system would operate on like a different time frame. Like, beyond that, how long are days? How many days are in a month? We just don't know. It's interesting though. They also keep saying standard years, which implies the existence of non-standard years. So like, what's a standard year to them and what's a non-standard year? If they're doing intergalactic travel, maybe a non-standard year has to do with other planets and their revolutions and such. But yeah, it's interesting to think about. And yeah, if that is the year, month, day format, I do wonder how many months are in a year. Or even if it's year, day, month. That's still more than 12 months, I'm pretty sure. Is the emergence of Substance Zero truly the solution to the heat death of the universe? Or is it perhaps the cause? Is this becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy, perhaps? Standard time 7875, 2125. Substance Zero experiment. Replication of test subject C65B8. Replication successful. Yeah, dun dun dun! Standard time 7875, 2125. Substance Zero experiment. Replication of test subject 694C3. No, C94C3. Replication successful. By the way, Vilrose, I don't know if you know anything about this. Another game that I play, not always on stream, in fact, usually not on stream, but I have streamed it a little bit, is Final Fantasy XIV. And I'm getting a lot of vibes from this that are reminding me of some of the story developments in that game as well. Because in that game, there's also like an ancient civilization, a bygone world that ascended to like extreme like heights of capability to the point that they're like gods to the people who exist now. And just a little bit of hubris in there. as tends to come with extreme technological advancement. Or magical advancement and such. Because, I mean, you know what they say. Any sufficiently advanced form of technology is indistinguishable from magic. Alright. The terminal stoically persists in generating streams of successfully replicated data. This experiment has almost never failed. Guided by the leading research team, they continue to delve deeper into the properties of Substance Zero, exploring its capabilities in replication, storage, and manifestation. The first batch of life replicated by Substance Zero has successfully entered its core. Having reappeared from Substance Zero in a mist-like form, these entities demonstrate the ability to engage in regular communication and perform all physiological functions. According to the living beings that have entered Substance Zero, within it they exist as mind rather than body, as consciousness, not flesh. Substance Zero can replicate the true essence of life. They will follow Substance Zero into the depths of space, leaving their useless physical shells behind on the planets. After entering Substance Zero, their mind can extend throughout the entire galaxy. They can see all points of light in the universe, having become a new, higher form of life. After repeated verification by the Galactic Research Institute, they have determined that Substance Zero is the solution to surviving the heat death. They believe this is the sign that can elevate their civilization to the next level, and they have already run out of time. The countdown in the cosmic model shows only a mere 3 standard years remaining. After volunteers entered Substance Zero in batches without experiencing any rejection phenomena, the galactic government decides to mobilize and encourage living beings to enter Substance Zero on the largest possible scale. Ishmael, why are you still standing here? Isn't your name on this batch's evolution list? Etha pushes open the door, rushing in while waving 2 application forms. I crossed my name off the list. What? Why would you do that? I thought you weren't on the list, so I grabbed the application form from the Institute's special access just for you. Etha furrows her brow, looking at Ishmael with confusion. Tell me, what are you worried about this time? Is it Professor Rahele or your last star? I'm sorry, Etha. I sent you a mail about it. But I still want to hear it from you in person. I'm sorry, but I still believe that Substance Zero shouldn't be the final solution. I don't want you to evolve. The terminal transmits replication data to me every day, and I've been calculating its patterns, but it has never shown any kind of pattern that we recognize. It's completely chaotic. Ishmael anxiously brings up all records from the terminal and transfers them to Etha, looking at her hopefully, desperate for her understanding. The director did say they still haven't discovered any patterns in Substance Zero, but the leading research team has already verified that the replicated life exhibits biological characteristics. They just exist in a different form. I believe This is indeed a form of life evolution. The director taught this in theoretical class before, right? When life enters a higher dimension, it may enter cosmic magnetic fields, becoming mechanical life existing as waveforms, or it may find new ways to exist. Why won't you accept that Substance Zero might be the right direction? With trembling fingers, Ishmael lowers her head in dejection. No one would ever listen to a mere researcher's doubt, even if she could produce 153 papers to validate her ideas, even if she has countless pieces of information proving the dangers of Substance Zero. It's just like no one would choose a dying star over the catastrophe of civilization's doom. No one will believe her. So, are you also preparing to enter Substance Zero? Yes, I'm sorry. My family and instructor are all preparing to enter Substance Zero. You'll be in the second batch. I noticed your name isn't on the list. Etha heaves a deep sigh, placing the application form on the table. I'll leave the form here. I hope you, take some time reconsidering it. Noticing that Ishmael has started staring blankly out the window again, Etha shakes her head and walks out of the room. The second batch of life to be evolved has entered Substance Zero as scheduled. Standard time 7879, 2125. Substance Zero, execute. Replication D15B03. Name L. Replication successful. Standard times 7879, 2128. Substance Zero, execute. Replication D32J12. Name Etha. Replication successful. After a brief adaptation period, the Galactic Research Institute soon allows others to visit them. This is also making me think of current developments in Final Fantasy XIV because they're having their whole thing with people becoming endless, shedding their physical form to exist purely as beings of memory. And I'm thinking about how yeah, that sounds like it could be nice, but also doesn't that mean that your real self has to die? And does it matter if a new version of you lives on if the real version of you is gone? I feel like I wouldn't care. I wouldn't want that. Because, yeah, maybe they would make, another version of me that is preserved. Has all my memories, all of my thoughts and my personality, and can continue to exist indefinitely. But that's not me, you know? The real me would still be dead. It's interesting stuff to think about. Through multiple steps of approval, Ishmael finally secures the opportunity to speak with Etha, who now resides in Substance Zero. Yeah, Villarose, it is really philosophical. There's also another, really philosophical thing that's come up in Final Fantasy XIV recently. Because, their most recent expansion has introduced, a lot of new and philosophically or existentially heavy technology into the game's world. And one thing that's happened is, people have discovered a way to basically cheat death by using backup souls. I don't know if you know anything about Final Fantasy XIV, Villarose, so sorry if you do already know this, but if not, humor me for a moment. They've basically found a way to cheat death by using backup souls. So, the way it works in that game is when a person dies, or rather is killed, because you still die from old age, when a person is killed, they have a machine that's like hooked up to them, and it basically extracts their soul and then like re-injects them with another soul and copies their memories over from their old soul into their new one. So they can just get right back up. Keep going about their day. They've just got a new soul now. And like I said, like the soul has its memories copied from the soul that came before. So when the person gets back up, they still have all their memories. And it's still the same body as well. But it's a different soul. And so I always have been thinking like, yeah, that sounds convenient, but like, isn't the original you still dying there? Like, if the soul is the essence of who we are, if we are our souls, you dying and losing your soul and just getting like a backup soul shunted into your body, doesn't that still mean you're dead? Yeah, that's the thing. It really begs the question of whether or not you'd still be you. And the thing is, one thing that's been hypothesized in this game is the idea, because in this game, reincarnation is kind of a confirmed phenomenon. Something that's been hypothesized in this game's world is the idea that souls have inherent traits, like an inherent personality. And so, like, reincarnations of the same soul will share similar traits. And so with that in mind, I'm like, doesn't that just kind of confirm my thoughts of like, that's not really you anymore? Like, what could possibly change? Yeah, I guess it depends on... You're right, I guess it depends on how you define the concept of existence. Because I think there are some people who would probably say, like, yeah, if there's a version of you that has all your memories, that is your body, and is still walking around doing what you would have done, living your life, aren't you still alive? But I'm like, I don't know, man. I think I'd still be dead. It's interesting to think about. When the most recent expansion of Final Fantasy XIV came out, I was doing a lot of a lot of real existential thinking. Okay. Through multiple steps of approval, Ishmael finally secures the opportunity to speak with Etha, who now resides in Substance Zero. Etha? Facing a mass of dense white mist, Ishmael finds herself at a loss for where to begin. The hazy mist outlines a human form, vaguely resembling the familiar Etha she knows. Hello? Since when did you get so formal, Ishmael? Someone might think we barely know each other. The mist gently surged forward, as if to offer a gentle embrace to Ishmael, only to restrain itself and repeat back into the glass container holding Substance Zero, firmly avoiding even the slightest contact with Ishmael's clothes. Is Substance Zero really the right direction? Go ahead and send in your application to join us. I've told you all along that Substance Zero is definitely the correct evolutionary path. Now that I'm here, I can totally see that this is the most suitable place for life to exist. Do not worry. There's no danger here, no threats. heat death, entropy increase. None of these matter anymore. Not to push you or anything, but you really should join us. Come on, once you're here, we can be friends, just like before. Etha. She displays a look of confusion, appearing exactly as she did when she still lived outside. May your soul soar with the four-winged white raven. The mist-formed figure silently vanishes. Visitation time is up. Substance Zero has just been replicated by replicated a large number of living beings, and now it needs to rest. Substance Zero needs rest. Of course, Substance Zero is a new form of matter. After it simultaneously replicates too many organisms into itself, it requires a certain period to recover. The guard researcher explains in a rigid manner. Ishmael furrows her brow and quickly departs from this unsettling place. It's definitely giving, like, Red Tide, and how that keeps going, come on, everybody come in, it's paradise in here. It's just Red Tide is a lot creepier and less perfect of a replication. The countdown of the cosmic model continues. Meanwhile, the immigration into Substance Zero organized by the galactic government proceeds in an orderly fashion. It's interesting to see how technologically advanced Ishmael's people are upon discovering Substance Zero, and how far along Earth was in the Golden Age. Yeah! I think it's really interesting to see where Ishmael's people have gotten. Because, like, you know, when you're talking about Earth in the Golden Age, you still kind of have to, like, keep one foot in the door of reality, so to speak. Yeah, the Golden Age has nothing on how far they've gotten. Yeah, you have to keep one foot in the door of reality, kind of. Because you have to be able to buy the fact that the Golden Age could conceivably be humanity in, like, a century and a half, you know? You can't go too crazy with the technological advancement. But Ishmael's people are a completely different society from a completely different dimension. So all bets are off there. They can have all kinds of things. And it's also interesting, I don't think we've really gotten into it. Although, I guess in a way we have. Just a little bit. But it makes me wonder, like in this other civilization, as they advance in terms of technology and science and knowledge, they are probably not going to do it in the same linear order that we have. Like, it would be interesting to know, like, they're going to discover, like, the secrets of teleportation, and perhaps they did that before they ever figured out, like, say, this is just an example, like, maybe they'd discover the secrets of teleportation before they find out how gravity works or something. Like, it's interesting to wonder about, like, the order. Because also, like, we know that the onset of the punishing virus, at least for us, was the discovery of zero-point energy. And I believe that they've said that that is kind of the starting point for the punishing virus being introduced into a civilization. So presumably, maybe, like, Substance Zero is another form of zero-point energy. But we can also see from this that if that's the case, like, Ishmael's society got really far before they ever accessed it. Whereas we accessed it in, like, 150 years from now. Where, granted, things were a lot more advanced than they are now, but they still weren't this advanced. It's just interesting to think about. from the first batch of experiment subjects to the second batch of scientific researchers. After it's confirmed that some researchers could maintain mental clarity and continue their previous research and communications even within Substance Zero, the third batch follows, then the fourth. Nearly 1/5 of all life in the galaxy has already entered Substance Zero. Honestly, what surprised me the most about this is that nothing bad has happened yet. Like, so far, if we're looking at this just from the perspective of Ishmael's people, things with Substance Zero seem pretty great. Whereas, in our world, with the onset of the Punishing Virus, shit hit the fan immediately. And just went downhill from there. But then it also progressed very differently in Vonnegut's dimension as well. Because it was a whole different thing there. The chaos contamination. Yeah, you're right, Phil Rose. They've got it real cushy with Substance Zero, at least so far. I know it's gonna get bad. We know how this goes. Oh my god, it's Yumi Ishiyama from Code Lyoko. Hi, Ash Frost! How are you? I hope you're having a good day! Come to think of it, the background of this place, it almost reminds me of Code Lyoko a little bit too. I didn't watch a whole lot of that show when I was a kid, but I definitely have some memories of it. It was one of those things where, like, when I was a kid, like that show was airing at the time when I was, like, too young to follow a show from start to finish, you know? I just watched whatever was on TV. And, like, you know, I had favorite shows, but at that point I wasn't really, like, following a show, you know? Yeah, Dominic sealed away a fraction of the Punishing Virus in Gestalt on Earth, and they still had an incredibly hard time dealing with it. That was one of the things that fucking blew my mind the most in Shaper's Ripples. The idea that we're struggling this much against the Punishing Virus, and we're basically dealing with it after it's been nerfed horribly. Like, the version that Dominic and Nemo dealt with in their world is significantly worse than ours. And that blows my mind. Yeah, the Punishing Virus was nerfed. Basically, we suck and not in the fun way. Oh, man. Yeah, basically, like, from what we learned in Shaper's Ripples, using some information from another timeline, basically, we had some pre-existing information that allowed us to seal off a crucial part of the virus before it got out. And so the virus proliferated without that crucial element and ended up taking on a different form as it evolved. So ultimately, the Punishing Virus that we're dealing with is very different from what they had in their world, which they called it the chaos contamination. I guess it was still kind of a virus, but it was a virus that was proliferated not like a virus, but through information and through mimetic substance. Like, it's the kind of, how do I explain it? Like, you would get the virus by learning things. And the virus also had a long incubation period, so it would be a long time before people even knew that it was going around. Ugh, crazy. And then when people started manifesting symptoms of the chaos contamination, they'd start, like, going crazy. Whereas on Earth, with the punishing virus as we have it now, when people are infected by it, they just die. They don't lose their minds. Machines go haywire, but humans just basically decay. Which honestly, from a certain perspective, is kind of better. I don't know. I feel like I would rather just decay than completely lose my mind and be bodily fine. Like COVID-19, when people were fist fighting for paper towels and toilet paper. Not quite the same thing, but you know. I know you're just joking. Yeah, it's interesting to think about. And now, here we've got another situation that's dealing with it as this Substance Zero. But as far as we've seen, Substance Zero hasn't done anything bad yet, as far as we know. Worst final year of high school of your life and the first 2 years of college, too. God, yeah. I was in junior year of college when that happened, and God, like, I just feel so robbed of, like, the last years of my college experience, you know? Because, like, I spent almost the whole second half of junior year home doing online classes. And then even when I went back to school in senior year, there were still, like, quarantines, masking, a lot of online classes as opposed to in-person classes. I just really feel like I was robbed of the end of my college experience. Tell that to your mother when you got the last year of your high school robbed, especially graduation. Yeah, I can't imagine. And one thing that really just breaks my heart, even now, is, like, the people who were seniors when I was a junior, I never really got to say goodbye to them. Like, when you're at school, and when you're in college, like, you know, you're with everyone. You're all there together at the end of the year. The school year, I mean. And so you get a chance to, like, say goodbye to the graduating seniors. But I didn't get that with the people who were a year ahead of me. Because I couldn't see them. I was still home. Ugh, it's sad. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in this group as well, but I just feel bad for everyone who was in school at that time. It was just so... Like, I feel like disruptive isn't even the right word. Like, it was disruptive. But, like, more than that. Because, like, that's something we will never get back. You know? Like, I'll never get that year of college back. It's just gone. And I will say that last year of college was absolute hell on my mental health. I dealt with extreme burnout. And I'm a pretty introverted person, so I feel like it was telling that I was getting to the point where I was feeling really alone. Even when there were really people all around me. But because pretty much all of my classes were online, I was barely leaving my room. I was basically leaving my room to get food, and that's it. And also to shower, but I mean, even just showering, I didn't leave my dorm room. I mean, I didn't leave my dorm. I left my dorm room. There wasn't we didn't have individual bathrooms. But yeah, like that. I only left my dorm to go get food, basically, and for like the one class that wasn't online. Because that was an acting class I was taking, and I feel like it's pretty hard to do. Well, I mean, I've also been taking voice acting classes recently, and those can conceivably be done online because you just need to be in a like recording space. But like for an in-person like stage acting class, that's hard to do online. But pretty much every other class I had was strictly online during my senior year. So I was barely leaving my room. It was rough. Oh, this is a smaller thing. But that was also when I stopped wearing contacts as much. I wear glasses. And like, I used to wear contact lenses a lot. I still do wear contact lenses sometimes, but I wear them a lot less now. Because once, like, COVID was happening, and I was just, like, never really going out at all, I was just like, well, what's the point in putting on contact lenses, you know? Like, the whole point of putting on contact lenses is, like, not having to deal with my glasses while I'm going up about my day. But if I'm, like, not even really, like... Because, like, here's another thing, is I don't always wear my glasses either. Like, if I'm on my phone or something, like, that's just right in front of me, so I can see that fine without glasses. So a lot of the time, I would just be sitting, doing stuff, and, like, not really needing my glasses. So I wasn't even wearing my glasses or contacts, and so I kind of just like got out of the habit of putting my contacts in. And nowadays I wear my glasses way more often than I wear my contact lenses. God, that was like a whole nothing tangent. Me talking about my glasses for like 3 minutes. But like I kind of like that. I like when a conversation kind of meanders. It's always kind of fun to like look back and be like, wow, we started here and we ended up here. Yeah, thank you, Ash Frost. It was interesting to talk about. But yeah, like I really just, again, I'm in this group. But I just really feel bad for anyone who was in school at the time. And not even just in school at the time, but also leaving school at the time. Like leaving school, entering the job market during COVID? Hell fucking no. Like the job market was already bad, and then it just got even worse. Ugh. God. It was bad. And I mean, I guess I'm kind of in that group. It was super demoralizing. There was a long time where I just... Yeah, the most non-existent job market. There was a long time where I just didn't even bother applying to jobs because I was like, what am I gonna get? Like, there's barely any jobs out there. And most of the people that I'm friends with are not able to get them either. So, like, why even bother? Although I have a bit of a, I don't know, I have a bit of a thing about jobs, just in general. By thing, I mean jobs and, like, finding work are a bit of a difficult thing for me. It sucks because I did kind of get a job recently, but then it ended up not really going anywhere. So, still unemployed, yay! Yeah, job market. Why do you want this job? Well, actually, I showed up to this interview. I need a livable wage to afford whack housing prices, and nobody else showed up. Why do you think I want this job? That's a thing. Like, job interviews are always like, why do you want this job? Why do you want to do this? And it's like, I don't want to do this. I just need to live. I need money to live. Things are fucked nowadays. Anyway, let's continue reading about this world that's fucked in a completely different way. Probably a worse way. Sound like the most main character while also being humble, and they'll say they will call you back soon. Oh my god, yeah. I guess before I move on, I'll just say I hate that kind of, like... I hate that kind of, like, the way that you have to be in job interviews. Like, you have to be confident, but also humble. You have to be interested, but not desperate. You have to show, like, that you're willing to go above and beyond. But if you look too perfect, they won't believe you. And I'm just like, God. Like, I hated it. I hated doing that. Yeah, you have to be qualified, but not overqualified. Although, I think, even then, now, I think most people, like, around my age are overqualified for the jobs that they have. Just because of the job market. Ugh, it's rough. It's super demoralizing. I'm trying my best to do what I enjoy. And I think that's just the most that anybody can do. Job market. Wow, you actually meet our criteria and actually show promise. How about we don't give you the job because you don't have enough experience? Like, thing from like a podcast that I've listened to before that I think about a lot is, you need 3 to 5 years working experience at this before you can get your first job at this. I also have heard about someone like who lives nearby me, who applied to a job that they already had and didn't get hired because they didn't have enough experience. Like they had the job, they worked it for a while, they left for some reason, and then needed to come back and applied for the job again, and they got rejected for not having enough experience. They worked at that job. My god. I hate it. I hate all of it. Anyway, you'd be ready to scrap? I would be too. Like, what do you mean I don't have enough experience? I worked here for 3 years. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway. Ishmael? After a gentle knock on the door, TA3T class enters Ishmael's office. Here's another thing about Ishmael's world. What is this name? Because we've got, like, names like Ishmael, Etha, Rahele. Those are, like, kind of normal names. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this XAE bullshit? Like, is this a code name or something? What is this? I don't understand. How to sum up your emotions with the current state of the world? Yeah, I know it's demoralizing. It's rough. I'm pretty demoralized as well. But you know what? I'm just trying my best. And I think I just have to be happy with trying my best, you know? We're all just trying our best. And I guess hoping that things will someday get better. Yours is more internalized screaming. Yeah, I feel that too. Are you calculating the pattern of Substance Zero? I'm sorry, but I can't. I just can't figure it out. The floor is littered with crumpled drafts, evidence of the fierce battle that took place here. Ishmael sits dazed in the center, staring vacantly at the final sheet of paper. On the paper lies still just a disordered sequence of numbers. Substance Zero is an absolutely disordered substance. I've run calculations on the planetary computer numerous times, but obtained no results. But the evolution continues nonetheless, doesn't it? To one side, the terminal monitoring Substance Zero continues to endlessly print line after line of data, as ordered living beings continuously enter the disordered cycle. I don't approve of their reckless life replication into an unknown substance, but unfortunately... She gently runs her hand over the time mainframe beside her, suddenly changing the subject. Still nothing from Rahele? No. I always keep the mainframe online, but I haven't received any location signal from Professor's terminal. It's as if she never existed at all. She has examined countless time marks since then, sifting through intricate, overlapping information, but has never found any data transmitted from the one person she most wants to hear from. TA, are you planning to enter Substance Zero too? Not yet. I've come to find you because the leading research team has discovered some new problems. Substance Zero has begun extending beyond its containment. Uh-oh. At first, only a small patch of white mist extended from the edges of the container storing Substance Zero. The leading research team immediately conducted extensive tests on it, ultimately determining it to be excess matter protruding from a minute section of Substance Zero. They even became ecstatic about it, as Substance Zero, which had always been incapable of self-replication or expansion, finally showed a sign of growth. But Substance Zero is chaotic. Yes, Substance Zero is chaotic, and its reproduction is equally so. Seems like Substance Zero is finally waking up to its full potential because they kept feeding it. Funny how that works. Also, like, chaotic reproduction. That just reminds me of cancer. And, like, the whole reason why cancer is so dangerous being that it's, like, just continuous chaotic reproduction of, like, incorrect cells. So it's like, great, you just created a world cancer. The once mild Substance Zero begins reproducing chaotically, growing with fanatical intensity. From the initial glass petri dish to an entire room, then to a corner of the research institute. Like a giant beast finally baring its fangs, Substance Zero recklessly devours everything in its path. Chaotic growth. Substance Zero has developed corrosive traits. As long as it makes contact with even a small part of any living organism or matter, it will instantly engulf it. This shouldn't be happening. Substance Zero is supposed to be the stairway to evolution. Someone, hurry! Help! Pull him out! Chaotic development, chaotic traits, and it's evolving itself. Wait. The terminal that continuously monitors Substance Zero's replication process slowly spits out new data. Standard time 7880 23-3. Substance Zero. Birth. Successful. Uh-oh. It is creating new life. The Galactic Government has arrested the director of the Galactic Research Institute, who still persisted in advocating for Substance Zero, urgently appointing TA-3T class as the new director of the Institute to focus entirely on resolving the Substance Zero crisis. PGR is literally the life quote, "What could possibly go wrong?" Or "Things couldn't possibly get worse." Yeah. Like, catch me at the beginning of this chapter being like, I mean, how much worse could things possibly get? And then things continue to get worse. And then with this case, it's what could possibly go wrong with this chaotically functioning substance that we have no way of measuring or controlling? What could possibly go wrong? Ah! I didn't mean to do that. No. Keep watching. But everyone is at a complete loss when facing a substance whose development trajectories are almost entirely unknown. Those successfully replicated living beings have never appeared in Substance Zero's mist again. They seem to have all fallen dormant inside Substance Zero. Their biological signature is no longer detectable. Meanwhile, a new will is silently born within Substance Zero. We decided to call it the Punisher for now. In the Research Institute, TA massages her forehead, trying to relieve the fatigue from continuous days of work. The Punisher. Yeah. Its appearance is like a punishment for our civilization. Don't you think? You actually have a few friends look at you like you shouldn't say anything because you always have a sixth sense of something going horribly wrong, or is going to happen, or something dumb is going to happen. You're the jinxer. Makes me think of how I feel like when people are streaming, they always tend to be like, I'll do this kind of risky thing because, like, it'll probably be okay, and then it immediately goes bad. I feel like that happens so much to people who are streaming. We thought we were climbing stairs to the next level, but all we had found is complete devastation. I'm sorry. There's no need for you to apologize. If anything, we should be the ones apologizing. Yeah, it must be hard to be in Ishmael's position here, because she's both the person who discovered Substance Zero and the person who was like, maybe we should cool our jets a bit, and no one listened. So she must, at the same time, feel responsible for this and ignored. You kept warning us back then, but even I didn't take your words seriously. TA lets out a heavy sigh. When you are the voice of reason, but everyone ignores, yep. Gotta love being the Cassandra. If you don't know, Cassandra is a character from Greek myth. She was punished by the gods at one point, and her punishment was to always receive accurate, like, prophecies of bad things and never be believed. So she would always get prophetic visions of terrible things happening and try to tell people, and every single time, no one believed her. I don't remember what the punishment was for. Was it, like, being a false prophet? I feel like that would be ironic. To be fair, when don't the Greek gods punish someone for petty reasons? Yeah, exactly. The Greek gods punish people all the time for relatively small things. God forbid you be someone who Zeus shows any form of interest in. Because then you'll have Hera on your ass and you didn't even do anything. The heat death has never come. Substance Zero has indeed successfully prevented its arrival. The information doesn't develop further. Most of it has been replicated into Substance Zero as previously theorized, but it seems to have heralded an entirely different form of catastrophe. Yeah, there's Medusa and that one guy who's cursed with immortality, but bound to a tree and forced to get eaten by crows. Yeah. They have a lot of, I'll say this, they have a lot of creative punishments. That's where Sisyphus came from. Pushing a rock up a mountain, and it always falls down. There's Tantalus, who can never have any food or water ever. It just moves away from him. God. And here you thought the Greeks were supposed to be the sexually loose people, especially in history with Dionysus and Aphrodite. Well, people can contain multitudes. In the void, the pale doll unfolds her wings, her countenance devoid of emotion as she silently peruses the weighty tome, adorned with the four-winged white raven emblem. They should have called this chapter Punishing White Raven. The reading has taken far more time than initially anticipated. Which mythology is way crazier? Greek, Egyptian, Norse, or Japanese? Oh god, I don't know. They're all crazy in their own ways. Is there really a mythology that isn't crazy in any way? Like, I feel like no matter which mythology you're looking at, there are weird things that go on in it. To be fair, you wouldn't mind being charmed by a kitsune. Maybe that'll happen someday. It could happen. But I just hope it's a nice kitsune. You know, because kitsune can famously be nice. Yeah, all those nice, friendly kitsune who never do anything bad. The pink-haired woman silently appears beside Chaos, who is mechanically turning the pages. Her expression holds an indescribable mixture of emotions. Instead of erupting in fury at having her civilization peaked, she simply remains quietly by Chaos's side. Like Yai Miko from Genshin Impact? Yeah, I think she's a kitsune. I don't think they ever use the word, but I think she is. Substance Zero is just another form of the punishing virus, isn't it? Chaos breaks the deathly silence. Yes. In the civilization of the four-winged White Raven, what was named Substance Zero is just another form of the punishing virus. The Punisher is the four-winged White Raven's Agent Zero. Even a civilization as prosperous as the four-winged White Raven would also be subjected to the filtering. From what I've observed, their so-called filtering has no clear rules. A flicker of confusion shows in her translucent white pupils, only to quickly vanish. The will of the world cannot be defied. Even something as magnificent as the four-winged White Raven will ultimately succumb to heat death. Even if you could absorb all the information within the Hetero Tower, even if you could push back time to the point before its arrival, human civilization might simply be ended even sooner. The universe will ultimately succumb to heat death. Even stars will eventually die out. Everything will return to dust. Regardless of the struggle, the ending remains all the same. Then what are you doing now? How did you manage to survive? According to the traits of Substance Zero, or rather the punishing virus on Earth, everything will be swept away by the red tide. Everything is bound to be devoured by the white mist. Ishmael should have been buried within the white mist like Substance Zero and carried beyond the gate. But how did she survive? And why did she choose to use Substance Zero to preserve her entire civilization within the stellar ring? The pink-haired woman lets out a gentle sigh. Such a strong thirst for knowledge. I suppose there's no harm in telling you about things that are already history. She gently waves her hand to the heavy tome. The pages rustle as they turn to a section far ahead in the book. On the weathered pages of the tome, light gray text mingles with blood-red stains. The civilization of the four-winged White Raven did not escape the scythe of the Punisher. During one operation to dispel the white mist of Substance Zero, the mist took on a tangible form, and that will born from Substance Zero. It has been recklessly harvesting everything that belongs to this civilization, declaring that the end of the universe is far beyond mere heat death. Ishmael stands in the research institute. I think it's getting cut off. Yeah, okay. The will born from Substance Zero brandished its slaughter blade. It has been recklessly harvesting everything that belongs to the civilization, declaring that the end of the universe is far beyond mere heat death. At least so for the four-winged white raven. Ishmael stands in the research institute, watching the researchers hurriedly carry the time mainframe that has been modified by her and TA through T class. Yeah, Punisher is their version of Agent Zero. I wonder why the punishing virus has to have an agent. Time to give it a new name. The Rahele Time Machine? That's not very funny, TA. Rahele was always worried about you. Thought you were too rigid for someone so young. TA sighs and turns her head to look at the machine again. Let's call it the Temporal Plane Disruption and Spatial Positioning Restoration Terminal. Okay, that's long. That's too long. Yeah, Ishmael gets me. Come on, it can still be simplified. The terminal can still be called Travel Terminal, and the mainframe still the time mainframe. Oh, let's just go with that for now. I'll check on the first batch of the Pioneer applicants. You keep an eye on the movement of Substance Zero. The Institute needs a code name to refer to. TA Silhouette pauses momentarily before continuing to walk away. Her voice echoes from afar. Let's call it Shrike. The Shrike Research Institute. Let me make sure of something. Yeah, shrikes are birds, usually largely gray or brownish. So much bird theming. Having exhausted all available weapons and strategies to no avail against Substance Zero, the remaining survivors have gathered under TA's leadership to use the time mainframe to return to the past, intending to alter the course of events. The time mainframe is hastily modified. Equipped with travel terminals, the first Pioneer team embarks on their journey through time. They call the time when Substance Zero appeared the Genesis Year, and mark the time when the four-winged White Raven civilization falls into doom as the Terminus Year. Disregarding their own safety, they travel back in time again and again to alter history, hoping to save their civilization. But no one has succeeded. The emergence of Substance Zero and the Punisher seems inevitable. Their war only serves to taint the White Mist, shrouding the Punisher with the hue of blood. The four-winged White Raven is destined to meet its end here. TA, I've received a message from 253. I saw this earlier, but this is a new NPC art, and I like it. I think it looks neat. Also, like, I know we can't see his face, but like, he's kinda hot though, isn't he? I feel like he's kinda hot. I mean, look at that little chest window. Plus, this is more of a me thing, but I always find hoods to be very attractive. He's got like hip windows too. Come on. Any updates? 253 died 1 standard year ago. You agree he's hot? Thank you. May his soul soar with the four-winged white raven. 253 and 255 have already set off. I'll also be departing in 3 standard days. If all goes well, I should return after about 7 standard days. Okay. Watching as Pioneer 256 walks away, Ishmael lowers her gaze. Another Pioneer member. Gone. Yes, it's 253. His name was EL2 Hithi, an immigrant from the planet Bola. He had a lover who was Pioneer 142. I remember this nonsensical name from earlier. I don't remember where I heard it, but I did hear it. This is already the 253rd Pioneer, and there aren't many time travelers left who can still carry out missions. Ishmael opens the registry on her terminal and gently marks deceased next to EL2 Hithi's name. Life in the galaxy is constantly dwindling. The Punisher harvests everywhere, capable of appearing at any point in time after the birth of Substance Zero. Most of the Pioneers have died at the hands of the Punishers. Now, across various time periods, there are fewer than 100 time travelers remaining in the Shrike Research Institute. One thing I'm noticing is that Substance Zero, as a version of the punishing virus, doesn't seem to have any, corruptive qualities. It's just got the corrosive qualities and the ability to, replicate information. Wonder why. Is it maybe that, there's some kind of fundamental difference in the humans of this dimension that makes them less susceptible to its control? As it absorbs more and more information, the Punisher seems to have developed a semblance of consciousness, starting a calculated pursuit of these insects striving to shake the colossal tree. I will enlist the next Pioneer team and become a time traveler. TA furrows her brows as she looks at Ishmael. Words hover on the edge of her lips, yet she restrains herself, choosing silence. I understand. Let's have your information registered. You will be the 367th time traveler. The terminal screen reopens, and Ishmael's information is entered in the time-traveling Pioneer team roster. There have been many attempts made to snuff out Substance Zero during the initial phase of the Research Institute, and they all failed. As long as Substance Zero appears, someone will always begin advancing its research. Replace the Institute Director, and other higher-ups will still push forward with the emergence of Substance Zero. Replace the research team, and other teams will take over this project. Therefore, your mission is to return to the time before Substance Zero appeared, find Rahele, and prevent her from initiating the research project on Substance Zero. Prevent Professor Rahele from initiating research on Substance Zero. Can you do it? I can. Without further hesitation, Ishmael nods. TA looks at Ishmael with a complex expression. There is likely no turning back, Ishmael. You still have one last chance to choose. I have to do something. I failed to stop the advancement of the Substance Zero research, and I couldn't prevent them from continuously replicating life into it. With things having gone this far, I have to do something. Instinctively, she looks toward the table, but the cup that Etha used to fill with sweet drinks for her is no longer there. Your departure time is set for 3 days from now. After seeing off another batch of time travelers, only a handful of staff members remain in the research institute. Ooh. TA-3T class stands by the time mainframe, personally helping Ishmael adjust the target coordinates. Are you ready? Yeah. The pink-haired girl calmly adjusts the time travel terminal. May the four-winged white raven guide you back safely. The time mainframe activates, and a ghostly blue light envelops Ishmael's body like liquid. Her vision sinks into vast emptiness, and something seems to press against her chest, pushing her backward. Thank you, Vilrus. A wave of dizziness and unease courses through her nervous system. Instinctively, Ishmael takes hold of the terminal she's carrying, but in the next second, her eyes widen in terror. Gradually, one after another, carved markings start materializing along the flank of her terminal. Ishmeri. Failure cannot be avoided. Professor Rahele. Rahele! In the boundless space-time tunnel, she seems to catch a glimpse of her professor's silhouette, yet also seems to see nothing at all. Suddenly, she realizes it, understands it all. Why her instructor transmitted back the concept of heat death. Why she could only send messages through the information capturing machine. I see universe about to perish. Why her instructor's time travel terminal completely lost connection, and why she is now completely vanished. The data stream, irreversible. It come. Rahele, her professor, has been banished to the endless void of space like a ghost. Ishmeri, the heat death hypothesis become reality. The latter half of the sentence, restricted by the universe's rules, was never sent out. Ishmeri, do not explore heat death. Failure cannot be avoided. As Ishmael recounts all this, her expression remains impassive, as if none of it has anything to do with her. Only in her eyes, no longer a vivid blue, crystallizes a trace of sorrow that cannot be swept away. What happened after that? I only want to know your solution. Chaos stares at the book, expressionless. After that, well, Substance Zero relentlessly pursued the footsteps of time travelers, while our civilization repeatedly endured the endless cycles of suffering. Just like how the red tide spreads throughout the Hetero Tower, Substance Zero similarly attempts to corrupt the time mainframe of the four-winged white raven. After it mastered this rule, countless time travelers were hunted down from every temporal crevice, like helpless rats caught by a cat. After that, the girl named Ishmael survived within this nightmarish closed loop for an unknown duration. She experienced thousands upon thousands of cycles, breaking free from countless cages. Finally, before Substance Zero could devour everything, she at last and obtained Substance Zero's authority. Maybe passed through the gate. As you have seen, I placed my civilization in the subspace, the world beyond that gate, allowing them to survive just as they did before. While I, with the help of Substance Zero's traits, became a gatekeeper chosen by the will. That's all I can tell you for now. Ishmael smiles enigmatically, speaking with deliberate ambiguity. So, the punishing virus was created by the four-winged white raven. No. This kind of substance isn't something that can be created by anyone. Whether it's the chaos contamination, punishing virus, or heat death, these appear to be merely tools of the cosmic will. Methods they use to recycle or filter. If one can survive these calamities, they can progress further, getting closer to them and gaining more knowledge. But if not, then one cannot obtain the ticket to advance into the Stellar Sea. I've told you everything I can, Luke. She smiles, gazing at the pale doll. Even so, do you still insist on saving your civilization? Why are you helping me? Chaos never ceases gathering the endless threads of causality, or rather, from the moment this story began until now, Chaos has continuously repeated this action. Initially, I placed Ishmael here as a projection, simply for some entertainment. It had been a long time since I saw such a complex little world, but then I saw you. I believe you have the potential to become my companion. Watching Chaos's movements, Ishmael responds with silence. You've already made your decision long ago. I never intend to give up. What humanity seeks has always been something simple, but the current circumstances have put that hope beyond reach. I will bring them home. No matter what I become, no matter how much power I gain, I have never changed my mind. I am going to bring them home. We're still not giving up. Double spirals. As long as Commandant and Nanami keep pushing forward, we'll surely reach the day of victory someday. The storage of information cannot be reversed. Under Cradle and Vonnegut's manipulation, the Hetero Tower has continuously grown, diffracting into infinite new layers. Chaos persistently organizes the jumbled Hetero Tower. Her mind is bombarded by innumerable information, gradually losing control of her power. Wings pierce through her spine, countless eyes writhing in agony. Darkness surges forward like a ferocious storm. Arranging the threads of time, she has witnessed the full spectrum of human emotions. An insect, you, wriggles across the muddy earth. Shell-shattered, wings unfurled, a gray raven, you, soars through the skies. Storm raging, wings broken mid-flight. An ashen wolf, you, crawls upon the ground, evading the red tide that flows in all directions. A fisherman, you, is stabbed to death by a corrupted mechanoid. After awakening, the corrupted mechanoid, you, sees blood and leaps into the oceanic abyss. A little whale, you, in the oceanic abyss, sways its tail, only to be swallowed in one bite by a massive hetero creature. Countless pieces of information hammer Chaos's mind, forcing her to experience painful tearing and lives of unknown beings with each passing moment. You can't do it. She speaks calmly, like stating a mere fact, even though Chaos can no longer hear her voice at all. Each thread connects to a layer of the Hetero Tower, condensing information from different world lines. Even a deity cannot absorb this much time. If you keep absorbing information like this, these threads will pierce through you, causing you to ultimately perish. With a gentle sigh, the pink-haired woman slowly turns around. There's no need to keep watching any longer. The tome floating in the void slowly closes. She has already seen the twilight of this civilization. The key staff carves a rift in the air as Ishmael prepares to return to her observation room with the book of this civilization, when she suddenly pauses. In the very moment she turns her head, some of the red threads on Chaos's body silently vanish. Though it might be just a few strands, this doesn't escape the eyes of Ishmael, who has been constantly observing this civilization. This. Ishmael turns around with slight surprise as the book pages flip once more. On the final few pages, crimson gold text gradually fades away. Chaos continues to absorb information from the Hetero Tower. According to Ishmael's calculations, she will lose her sanity from the overwhelming flood of information before she can complete the absorption. No living being can bear the information of an entire civilization, not even a higher dimensional being. But now... Interesting. After a moment of contemplation, Ishmael traces another exit with the key staff, and slowly walks into a room encased in silver-white metal. Inside the starship, Nanami stands in the center of the room, exhausted, yet still brimming with energy. Huh? It's you! The super weird construct! Wait, how did you suddenly appear on DeLorean? What are you trying to do? Nanami stares suspiciously at Ishmael, who has quietly appeared out of nowhere. I apologize for the sudden visit without prior notice. I'm here to deliver a message for someone. As per the request of a commandant on Earth, I'm here to hand over all research data from the aerospace city to you. Condensing the information into a sharp heterocore shard, Ishmael gently hands it over to Nanami. Oh! It's a message from Commandant! Thank goodness! The gray-haired girl jumps up in excitement and swiftly grabs the heterocore shard. Does Commandant have anything to say to Nanami? It should all be within this data. Treating it like a precious treasure, Nanami carefully puts away the heterocore, clasps her hands, and looks toward Ishmael. Anything else to say? If not, I need to get back to my own business. Aren't you going to ask about the Commandant's current situation? Commandant must be working hard, just like Nanami. Nanami can feel it, so Nanami doesn't need to ask. Nanami raises a finger and wags it. Nanami can feel it. The Hetero Tower is changing, and the information inside is reducing. It's because Commandant is also weaving information on the other side, trying to guide everything back to the right track. But you know full well that this is an impossible task. Nanami's thoughts are actually the same as Commandant's. I knew I was absolutely right this time. Damn it. I can't believe I lost. Quick! 50 liters of machine oil. We had a deal. Hey! I told you not to use Nanami's plan for your bets. Not allowed. Nanami roars furiously toward the nearby hall, instantly driving the murmurs away. Those silly goofballs! Nanami's plan is definitely the most correct one. Plan? Are you also doing something here? Your consciousness and frame seem to have merged quite well. The pink-haired woman gently examines Nanami's frame. Of course! Nanami is the almighty Nanami, capable of handling any difficult task. Have you been converging causality? Observing the damage on Nanami's frame, Ishmael breaks into a slight smile. She thinks she has found the answer about the missing final page of that book. Of course! The gray-haired girl nods as if stating the obvious. I'm only telling you this because I trust you, since you delivered Commandant's message. You absolutely must not tell anyone else. She casts a meaningful glance toward the outer perimeter of the starship's window. Of course. To prove her sincerity, Ishmael summons her key staff, conjuring a misty barrier around them. I believe you. Let me think about this. Where should I begin the story? Nanami seems to be straining to recall the exact events. Naturally, maintaining one's sanity after converging such a large amount of causality is no small feat. After much pondering and exploring so many simulated worlds, I have finally figured out the solution to everything. The disappearance of human civilization is caused by the Hetero Tower's collapse. So if we just prevent the Hetero Tower from appearing in the first place, wouldn't human civilization be saved? I've been working hard to push those simulations back to how they were at the very beginning. If the time flow returns to its original state, with less of what you call information, then wouldn't the world go back to how I first saw it? Nanami excitedly clenches her fists, waiting for Ishmael to give her an affirmative answer. You could put it that way. Woohoo! Nanami knew it! Nanami and Commandant are totally in sync. No room for errors this time. The badly wounded girl breaks into a happy smile. Man, I love Nanami. She's so good. Commandant is working hard, and Nanami is working hard too. At this rate, Nanami helps Commandant converge information here, while Commandant is working hard to weave it together there. This way, the burden on Commandant will definitely be much lighter. Nanami has to work even harder. If Nanami and Commandant keep pushing forward, we'll surely reach the day of victory someday. She can almost see it, the day she reunites with Commandant. Ishmael studies the jubilant girl with an inquisitive gaze. Why give me that look? I have no interest in you at all. Nanami takes a cautious step back. I was just wondering, why are you so devoted to helping human civilization? Does that need a reason? Of course, it's because Nanami likes humans. Nanami likes Commandant. Watching the girl who, despite being covered in wounds, still eagerly prepares for the next action, Ishmael falls into an unusual silence. Across the vastness of space and time, she has wandered too long in the realm where dim galaxies spiral in suspension. She has witnessed firsthand the birth and destruction of countless civilizations. Time has lost all meaning to her. Like... A faint sweetness rises on her tongue. She has long forgotten what it means to like something. Her endless existence has ground away her interest in most things. She only occasionally appears among civilizations where she believes change might occur. Say, maybe even now. While Nanami busies herself tinkering with her frame, the key staff slices open a rift, and Ishmael silently appears through the stellar crevice. Silently disappears. She returns to the observation room, her name for her room. In the dimness of eternity, she frequently delves into the tales of other civilizations here, seeking to pass the endless tedium of time. She craves change, yearns for entertainment to fill the void of time, and wishes to find more allies within the dark forest. Sitting back at her desk, Ishmael ponders for a moment before once again opening the book labeled Human Civilization. Crimson gold threads curve into tree-like nodes, each connecting to form different endings. Ishmael focuses intently, searching for that specific moment in time when the Commandant leaves the tower. The paper boat sails on across the burning sea. Humanity's end, tomorrow. Here, human civilization ends. Outside Aerospace City, the snow remains unchanged. The mutated red tide lies dormant outside Aerospace City, not actively attacking, yet never showing signs of frailty. Humanity's activity is restricted to a narrow area around Aerospace City, like those who can only glimpse a fragment of the sky from the bottom of a well. The mutated red tide still poses a threat, and no one knows when humanity will be completely submerged by it. It might be today, or perhaps tomorrow. Humanity's ending, High Wall. Here, human civilization stagnates. The observers shall drift amid the expanse of stars and deep cosmos, endlessly searching for that unknown future. Humanity's ending, Gravekeeper of Civilization. Here, human civilization stalls. The Grey Raven Commandant uses cunning privileges to evade each potential endpoint that might appear. Like steering a small boat through a sea of flames, that human bears the weight of an entire civilization, yet never chooses to give up. The Commandant proceeds cautiously, pressing on toward what may not even exist. The correct time. Ah. The crimson gold text curls inward as the weathered pages dissolve into specks of dust. The information recorded on the pages gradually fades, transforming into red threads leading towards chaos floating in the deep void. Has it come to this already? Much faster than I imagined. Ishmael closes the fading pages of the book and falls into deep contemplation. This time, will a different answer be submitted? Grey Raven didn't enter the red tide, but instead passed through the gateway. After dimensional ascension, Grey Raven replaces the consciousness of the Undersea Commandant with their own, hatching a complete chaos. Chaos defeats Cradle within the tower, truly becoming a life form filtered by the cosmic will. It still refuses to give up. Within the Hetero Tower, Chaos continuously organizes time while on the other side. The mechanoid named Nanami diligently works to reversely converge the causality threads at the same time. This time, can this corroded, riddled with wounds civilization truly provide a different answer? Ishmael contemplates in silence. Should she intervene to help this civilization? Should she pay a certain price to continue reading this story? Oh man, is it like one of those things where she has to, like, start paying a subscription to keep reading a comic? Man, I hate that. I wonder what the price is. Is it like $10? measuring the price that must be paid, going through her wallet, balancing her checkbooks, Ishmael ponders deeply. Why not settle it this way? But does such an item really exist? You just roll it, follow what it says, and keep going, without worrying too much. If it were you, Grey Raven. A peculiar smile flickers across her silver-white pupils. Let's see whether the path ahead still exists in your heart at this time. A wooden die, wrapped in exotic matter and gleaming like metal, spins rapidly in the air. The die hasn't yet stopped spinning, but the book of human civilization has already turned to a new page. Annihilation. A faint will flickers, like a dying spark in a murky mind. We've got 5 more scenes to go. Chaotic threads swirl around chaos like a tangled hemp, floating in the boundless cosmic void. Her mind, having endured countless tears and healings, has become nothing but a blank slate. Oh no. Did I suffer ego death? Damn it. I never wanted to suffer ego death. Information from an entire civilization floods into her memory. Languidly, she cradles the planet wrapped in layers of threads, gazing bewildered into the darkness of time. A faint will flickers like a dying spark in her murky mind. Come on, self. Resist ego death. Continue being a person. Chaos stares blankly at this strange universe, where streams of stars revolve amidst omnipresent cosmic dust. Is this the final turning point? Her mind continuously collapses and reconstructs, containing all the wrong information from the Hetero Tower, holding all the wrong paths. But what is truly wrong? The string called sanity is nearly severed, teetering on the edge of collapse. Should she continue absorbing the wrong time? Or perhaps, maybe she should take a short break. Pause for a moment, retain sanity, think about the next steps carefully. Ooh, we get another alternate ending. So this time, taking a break is the right option. But let's go for the bad option first. Choose to continue absorbing. No. Can't stop. Within her mind, wails and laughter of countless lives urge her to continue forward. I'm going to retain sanity. Her pupils dilate to the verge of splitting, crimson veins branching across her eyelids. Fingers plunged deep into the crimson threads, Chaos struggles with all her might, desperately trying to restore the strands of time to their original state. Like a small beast in despair, yet still refusing to surrender to the rule's grip, she lets out a primal howl, struggling to drag her beloved world to its rightful orbit. Ooh, the position of the butterflies on her head is different now, and the hands are different too. And so is like this red ring. There's like a lot of variations of Chaos's design. Ooh, those eyes. The threads clash with metallic clangs, while the eyes upon her wings tremble, emitting cries of agony. I don't think eyes are supposed to do that. Chaos is so close to success. But Chaos is, after all, still just a living being. A living being who possesses one and only one mind that is capable of containing information. Even after evolving into a higher dimensional being, she remains unable to contain an entire civilization's wrong time. What's worse, that time continues to diffract, generating endless streams of new information. Throughout the universe, all galaxies perish one by one. In the wake of a violent explosion, cosmic particles collide, giving birth to dazzling arcs of light. Did I just blow up Earth? In the universe at negative 273.15 degrees Celsius, the final remnants of matter, known as the Punishing Virus, gradually vanish to the vacuum. Or rather, gradually being recycled. Perhaps after millions of years, a blue-green planet will once more be born here, restarting this closed loop anew. There is no longer any place to set foot here. Ishmael hovers in deep space, watching the end of this civilization. You guys, I think I blew up Earth. I think I fucked up. Chaos cannot withstand the impact of excessive information. She arrives one step too late. The information recorded by the Punishing Virus overflows, annihilating the entire Earth. Afterward, Chaos, having lost all sanity, detonates herself. She vanishes from this space-time. Even Ishmael is unable to ascertain whether she has truly ceased to exist, or has simply been propelled elsewhere by the shockwave of the explosion. Uh-oh, whoopsie. The universe will ultimately succumb to heat death. Even stars will eventually die out. She speaks up softly, addressing a civilization that no longer exists. Everything will return to dust. Regardless of the struggle, the ending remains all the same. On the far side of distant galaxies, with the Commandant's disappearance, Nanami, having lost her anchor, will never be able to return to her rightful place. The mechanoid girl will forever be lost in the long river of time, never able to return to the correct time and space. The civilization of machines will, before long, also fade into the universe. The crimson gold text flashes violently, before eventually fading away. Ishmael lets out a sigh, and gently closes the book. The remaining embers burst into a final afterglow, while human civilization has already died out here. Humanity's ending, annihilation. Here, human civilization fades away. Uh-oh. Oh, hey! So I guess the boss fight is next. Well, we gotta go through this one again. We gotta get the good end. Or the good route. The continuation. I choose to take a short break. Mental health is important. Sometimes we have to take a mental health day, even when we're unraveling different timelines. Commandant. A familiar call traverses the darkness of countless light years, blasting within her mind. On the verge of madness, chaos, slowly and stiffly, stops her hands that are still arranging the threads of time. My friends. Yeah, Vilrose, even the most powerful of beings need a break sometimes. Lucia, Liv, Lee. Following that sound, chaos rapidly traces backward, yet fails to find any remnants of the voice. Oh wait, I just noticed! That option wasn't on the left, it wasn't, like, corrupted. You... Where are you? In the dark, boundless void, there's only a single person's voice. Suddenly unsure how to continue, Chaos sits there bewildered, cradling the glowing planet wrapped in threads. Where am I? Should I continue? The string called sanity is nearly burned through by the excess of information. What should be the next step? The space trembles, stirring up subtle ripples, as a familiar rift cuts through the dark cosmic void. Ishmael hurriedly arrives through the rift. Her silver-white pupils betray a look of disbelief as Ishmael gazes in astonishment at Chaos, who remains frozen in place, teetering on the brink of madness. You have maintained your sanity. This ending shouldn't be like this. In the ending she has witnessed, Chaos descends into madness from the overwhelming influx of information. The punishing virus envelops Earth in a state of limbo, and Chaos detonates herself. Following the violent explosion, human civilization fades into oblivion. Hey, I just read that ending! She has no clue about what altered the predestined ending, but given the circumstances... Grey Raven? Tentatively, Ishmael calls out to Chaos by that title once more. Her mind can no longer accept any more information. Chaos gazes in bewilderment at the pink-haired woman before her. The sound around her a chaotic mess, unable to make out the woman's uttered words. It seems this is the answer given by the die. She opens the book in her hand. On the final page, crimson gold curves spiral and form into new words. Is that so? She flips through the pages of the book, letting out a soft sigh as a realization dawns in her silver-white pupils. So, doom isn't truly predestined after all. A tinge of sadness creeps up her spine and into her mind as Ishmael presses her lips together. She thought she had lost most of her emotions during her wanderings through time. But at this very moment, she still genuinely feels sorrow. It turns out that preservation is really not the only solution. There does indeed exist a path that leads to what is correct. Chaos is already on the verge of madness, beyond salvation, but most of the wrong time accumulated within the Hetero Tower has been completely absorbed. Meanwhile, the Mechanoid Girl also continues her efforts to converge the threads of causality. All wills on the planet are working toward it. They will ultimately usher in a brand new miracle. I get it now. Please allow me to pay my respects to you and to your civilization for the magnificent story you've presented and for truly showing me another kind of future. She offers a gentle smile, standing before Chaos as she bows slightly. From here on, leave it to me. Putting away the book representing human civilization, the pink-haired woman gently touches the forehead of Chaos. Alright. It's boss fight time. And the boss, as we can see, is Chaos. Does that mean that I, Commandant, am the boss? Because that'd be pretty awesome, honestly. Because, like, if it's Chaos, but I'm still in there, like, yeah, that'd be pretty awesome. Like, I already knew Chaos was the boss of this chapter. I didn't know that I became Chaos. Anyway, Gear. This may cost her dearly, but a civilization like this deserves a future worth hoping for. The weaving of time is nearly complete. Meanwhile, Nanami's effort to converge the causality threads is also approaching its end. Ishmael gently touches the forehead of Chaos, Commandant, accelerating the process. To prevent you from losing sanity, and also to fulfill your wish. Lend me your last remaining strength. The woman with silver pupils smiles, unleashing the power of the four-winged white raven. Having taken the price you paid, I will help you rebuild the civilization that is rightfully yours. That's Lucia's katana!
Humans, civilizations, my precious. I won't let you hurt them.
Commandant spoken dialogue.
Story. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge?
Ishmael, everything I've been seeing is beyond my scope of knowledge at this point.
Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for. It's just a small gift. Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? It's just a small gift. Horizon end. Embrace it. This is the miracle. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Not bad. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Eternal flame! Undistinguished! It's just a small gift. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Not bad. Your destiny. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? I will go first, like always. The story is nearing its end. It's just a small bit. Embrace it. This is the miracle. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Not a full. Not bad.
Ah!
Not.
Ooh. Ooh.
Come to hell with me.
Your destiny is sealed.
I just want to say, there are no words for how much I love this battle music.
Not bad. The story isn't just a small bit. Embrace it. This is the we gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
Stay here. I won't let you pass me. Think the civilization, no redemption.
Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Not bad. Story is nearing.
Ooh, I'm running out of dodge gauge.
Embrace it. This is the miracle. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed.
Ah!
At any cost, this won't be the real ending.
Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? It's just a small bit. Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? I will go first, like always. Story is
Ooh, I stunned her.
Embrace it. This is the miracle. We gave it another try, and it seems like nothing has changed. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge?
At any cost,
Lucia!
be the real ending.
Embrace it. This is the miracle you have been waiting for.
What a stubborn little one. Standing before the massive stellar ring, Ishmael flips through the book in her hands. Crimson gold text quietly appears and vanishes. A new path now manifested on the final page. Would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge? Yeah. Show it to me. And also, don't forget, we gave it another try, but it seems like nothing has changed. Crimson gold text quietly appears and vanishes. A new path now manifested on the final page. Truly, a miracle. Or perhaps, it cannot be called a miracle. The twilight of civilization is now illuminated by countless sparks. Lucia, Grey Raven Commandant, Nanami. Countless struggling wills converge at this moment, erupting with a roar that shakes heaven and earth. They refuse to meet the end once more. The gears of fate quietly turn. The woman with silver pupils reveals a peculiar smile. She sees it. She sees the sparks converging in the Commandant's mind. She sees the writings etched into the earth with their bones and blood. She sees the roar of the entire civilization. She sees it all. Driven by all of this and more, she finally sees the future of this civilization. Well then. Given this... Oh. Oh. Given this, she doesn't mind giving them a push. This may cost her dearly, but a civilization like this deserves a future worth hoping for. Thank you, Vilrose. She is willing to stand alongside this civilization to witness the ending that is rightfully theirs. May the four-winged white raven protect us. The sound of metal colliding rings out. The sound of metal colliding rings out as she shakes the dice in her hand. Hell yeah! I beat myself. Yeah. Gift from the stars. The shooting star carrying the information will travel back in time, heading to its destination. Okay, I don't know what's about to happen. Let's delve into this. The false daylight suddenly spins in view. In a daze, everything within the mind flashes through, cycling endlessly. Hey, hello there! Is this your first day at FOS? FOS. Hey. Hey! Wake up! Working so hard for the graduation mock exam, huh, Chief? Vanessa? This is... The distant, muffled school anthem echoes through the auditorium. Beside you, Vanessa, who hasn't changed into her school uniform yet, looks over impatiently. This is... Don't tell me, Chief, that your precious little hippocampus finally gave out after you spent all night cramming for that pathetic graduation mock battle. The white-haired girl frowns as she glances at her terminal. You're about to be up for your grand graduation speech. And now... She arches her eyebrows disapprovingly. You haven't even changed into your uniform. In a foggy state, fragmented memories surface involuntarily, and words slip from your lips before you can even process them. Ooh, I gotta pick. Weren't you supposed to be dead? What can I say? I like going for the angsty option. What nonsense are you talking about? Forget it. I'm not arguing with you. You're the one on a ticking clock, and I'm not the one who's going to die. Not like I have to go up on that stage and give a speech. Your thoughts seem forced to reweave the correct memories, while your consciousness remains hazy, failing to fully inhabit this shell of a body. You have 34 minutes and... Before Vanessa finishes announcing the time, an instructor hurriedly approaches from the other side.
Luke, over here.
Instructor?
There's an issue with your records. You'll need to go sort it out yourself with the teacher at the Archive Management Office.
My records?
Yeah, I noticed while going through the files that you forgot to fill in the code on one of your reports.
He gives you a look that clearly says, "Don't worry, I know your little secret, but I won't tell anyone." Code?
What's wrong with you today? You're acting like a voice recording program in a terminal. I'll be borrowing your chief for a moment, and I promise to return your chief before the ceremony begins.
The instructor exchanges a quick greeting with Vanessa, then hurriedly leads you toward one side of the campus. In the dimly lit room, only the archive management teacher waits there. The incandescent lights seem to be malfunctioning, flickering on and off, making it impossible to clearly see the teacher's face. Yes, these are the ones. The teacher selects several pages from various transcripts, registration forms, and reports, placing them in front of you before impatiently tapping the desk. Originally, the code on these reports should all be machine printed, but it seems several pages were missing from your records when you first enrolled. When we tried to reprint them later, you were in simulation training and couldn't be contacted, so it was delayed. Now you need to fill in the code by yourself. Shouldn't it be machine reprinted? Despite your mind already being in disarray, a peculiar sense of wrongness still rises within you. Even though you're the chief, we can't make an exception and activate the printing machine just for you. Handwritten code is perfectly valid. Just write what I say. 9, 3, 1, 2... 9... Though these numbers couldn't be more familiar, for some reason, writing them down now feels incredibly difficult. What are you waiting for? The archive room becomes shrouded in a dense white fog, and the teacher's words filter through the vast mist like echoes from the depths of your memory. Your fingers tremble slightly, as if some force is preventing you from writing any further. Hurry up! The graduation ceremony is about to begin. Your fingertips sting slightly, and amid the vague urge, your pen suddenly tears through the paper. 931206. The tail of the number 9 stretches long across the report code column, like a wound that can never heal, torn into the aged paper. The lights in the old archive room flicker on and off. Does FOS really have such a room? Were your records really missing pages before? Real and absurd memories intertwine in chaos, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, here or elsewhere, moving forward or backward. As the world violently spins around you, your consciousness experiences intense spasms, abruptly detaching from your body. Once more, a shroud of complete darkness sweeps over you. The river of stars spirals gently against the backdrop of darkness, as a massive starship carrying the solitary girl slowly advances deeper into the distant void. The mechanoid girl in blue remains seated by the porthole, watching the annihilation and rebirth of galaxy clusters. Huh. It's been a while. What a surprise to have you drop by. It's been a while. Rifts scattered across the stars silently open, and Ishmael emerges slowly from behind. You should have received it by now. That's quite clever. It's indeed impossible to find out. Beside her hand, a heterocore shard sits, placed upon the table. Having endured a long journey through time, it has grown somewhat dim, but this doesn't affect the function it was originally meant to bear. What are you planning to do? At this point in time, Ishmael speaks enigmatically, hinting at her intended actions. Could be easily caught. We cannot interfere too much with the final timeline. Don't worry. Nanami is the almighty Nanami, capable of handling any difficult task. Gazing at the countless stars beyond the window, Nanami breaks into a joyful smile. But I never thought that we could actually make it. Within this intricate plan spanning countless light years, a single misstep could lead them into a labyrinth of deadly traps and dire situations at every twist and turn. No one could have imagined they would struggle through to this day. So, what's your plan to avoid notice? Ishmael deliberately omits the personal pronoun. Just like what I've done before. Established history never deviates from its course. The girl flashes a crafty smile and lightly taps the heterocore shard. It's just that we need more. A nimble beam of light pierces the heterocore shard. Redundant information? Nobody's gonna be interested in useless navigation logs anyway. What a rustic approach. She has envisioned all possible methods, but never expected Nanami would opt for the simplest one. The simplest is actually the hardest to notice. Don't you agree? After a moment of thought, Nanami touches the heterocore shard again. Better add a password. What should I use? DeLorean? Or maybe 737373? Because Nanami. Both of them feel too obvious. After racking her brain for quite some time, the girl finally makes up her mind. This is perfect! A secret that only Commandant knows! The information materializes, and Nanami solemnly writes her predetermined password in the air. Q31206. Looking at the string of numbers, Ishmael finds herself bewildered. Shh! The girl raises her hand to open a light screen. It displays a document tagged with Copperfield Aquarium Campaign. Regardless of what happened during that time, Chico would inevitably replace Bianca and head to the sea after Bianca was injured. The light spot runs along the information tree, finally stopping at the marked location. Haikma, can you help me pack up file number 2143 and make it ready for 4-dimensional communication? There's something I'd like to send to Earth. But mankind didn't have the ability to receive 4-dimensional communications at that point of time. Besides, this would affect the timeline. If they were to discover this... I know. That brief moment is our only chance. I get it now. The information has been encapsulated. Time-space coordinates locked. It will be sent out during DeLorean's wormhole warp. This is my gift to everybody. The gift of the future. Ishmael stands quietly to the side, observing this play that has already been performed once before. Phew. Nanami's journey might finally be reaching its end. But will they really be able to discover this secret? I mean, that special password you set? Of course! Nanami trusts Commandant more than anyone. This is a little secret between Nanami and Commandant. Commandant will definitely get it. Outside the porthole, a tranquil river of stars swirls around the starship. The shooting star carrying the information will travel back in time, heading to its destination. Okay. Vision at dawn. What choice will humanity make this time? The dull beating of a heart echoes in the dark abyss, profound and lingering. The lone, lost soul has found the way home. As if a drowning exile reaching air at last, the cold, sticky heaviness, reminiscent of a soaked cotton coat, is gently peeled away from consciousness by a soft breeze. Is it a dream? Your body seems to have endured tremendous suffering. A suffocating sensation rises from the nasal cavity, with a heart-wrenching, bone-piercing pain seeps through every joint. Where are you? The world spins wildly as excessively bright light stabs at your eyes. Luke? Luke? A familiar voice and familiar light. Luke, are you alright? Feeling the effects of your injury? Your consciousness feels like it's been salvaged from a cold, deep sea, carrying with it chilling tremors and biting sorrow. What in the world happened? Hazy fragments rise and fall in your mind. It feels like countless painful experiences were endured, yet also as if they were merely an all-too-real nightmare. As the ringing in your ears persists, black spots fade from retinas, revealing a concerned-looking Hassan before you. Thank you for your hard work on the last mission. You mentioned in your report that Lithos has some unique insights on the Red Tide. Lithos. Sorrow follows from the shadows. It feels as if something has been forgotten. Grey Raven. Your body acts before your mind can catch up, ignoring the ongoing meeting. You push open the doors and sprint desperately toward the Grey Raven lounge. It has to be now. It has to be at this exact time. You have to confirm it. Contact Grey Raven. Hassan's voice is left far behind. A summer breeze caresses your cheek, bringing with it a disorienting sense of unreality. What exactly have you forgotten? And what exactly are you trying to confirm? In your mind, a persistent voice keeps urging. Grey Raven Lounge. You must get to the Grey Raven Lounge. The despair from the nightmare still pursues you. If only you can reach that place. The door to the Grey Raven Lounge remains closed, as always. Your fingers quiver subtly, teeth chattering involuntarily, as if gripped by fear. Fear of something irreparable. Bang! Before there's time to think further, your body already begins executing the urgent command. Commandant! Morning light flows through the room, boldly spilling into your field of vision. What happened, Commandant? A warm hand, faster than the pursuing nightmare, reaches your shoulder. They say you were in the middle of giving a report when you suddenly fainted. And as soon as you regained consciousness, you bolted out of the meeting room and ran straight to the lounge. After receiving Hassan's message, Lee rushed back even though he was only halfway through his frame calibration. Commandant, what happened? Don't worry, we're all here. The chill is brazenly washed away by the morning light, as sunshine strikes against darkness, mocking the abyss for its impotence. By your ear, the crackling of a bonfire and sounds of crying gradually fade away, replaced by the anxious conversation of Grey Raven. Commandant? Commandant? Vital signs appear normal. Liv, run a thorough examination. No external injuries. Confirm again. I'll contact the Star of Life. Your gaze loses focus, scattering amidst the warm light filling the room. Now comes the eternal dawn. We find rebirth in our breaking. Grey Raven. The hero's feet lie buried beneath the first ray of dawn. No one will remember the devastating price they have paid for this moment. No one will remember the pain and suffering they have endured for this miracle. But dawn has broken. The light has come. I shall traverse myriad sufferings in the darkest of nights to meet with you all. At the break of dawn, on the first ray of light. Whither to shine, dawn. We're back. Everybody's back. And yeah, the music there was... yeah. Something seems off with the Grey Raven Commandant. Is it about the meeting this morning? I've heard about it too, but I'm not sure what exactly happened. I heard it might be mind beacon disruption during the last mission. But it was supposed to be just a routine mission. Oh. Ishmael? Back from your mission? The pink-haired woman halts in her tracks as her colleague catches a glimpse of her from the side and greets her with enthusiasm. Ah. Yes. I was on quite a long mission. She speaks in a nonchalant tone. But it's over now, and fortunately, the outcome was still what I had hoped for. Well, all good if it went smoothly. Playing through this, you felt your body relax when you got to that moment. The last handful of chapters had you so tense. Yeah. We have fixed it. It's lunchtime now. Want to join us? Sure. The pink-haired woman smiles in agreement with her colleague and walks slowly into the crowd. Agent Zero, killed by chaos, has vanished into the crevices between past and future. All traces of Vonnegut's entry into this world have also been completely erased by chaos. Wait, really? Before this civilization reaches a sufficient level of advancement, the Hetero Tower will not descend in haste again. time and causality have been converged piece by piece, forging the final and only path to the future for this civilization. Okay, I think I get what happened now. So I bleeped, I bleeped Vonnegut from existence in our timeline. But does that mean he'll never be playable? Oh. I want him to be playable. I don't know, maybe he'll come back. Somehow. Though she has paid a great price for it, she is willing to stand here and witness the future of this civilization. Everything is now as you wished, Grey Raven. So this time, what choice will humanity make? Okay, one more. Lucia. It's alright. After this, we still have a long time ahead. Oh, it's the music box theme it was playing. Oh. The one that was playing at the end of Shaper's Ripples. I am Lucia. I've decided to start writing here to keep track of things. Perhaps text can better preserve the feelings I want to remember, and the words I didn't know how to express at the time. I hope I can keep it up. Today is the day we return from City 006 to deliver our operation report. Something seems off with Commandant. In the middle of the operation report, Commandant suddenly rushed back to the Grey Raven Lounge and collapsed after barely saying a word. We rushed Commandant to the Star of Life. After a thorough examination, the diagnostic report showed everything was normal. After resting for a period of time, 3 hours and 28 minutes to be exact, Commandant woke up. Commandant's expression was terrible, as if having experienced something horrifying. Commandant kept repeatedly checking everyone's condition, not trusting even doctor-issued reports, and insisted on watching us undergo instrument examinations all over again. I've asked many times, but Commandant always brushes it off, saying, probably just a nightmare. But I can't imagine what kind of scene could make Commandant show an expression like that. Was it really just a nightmare? Lately, there's been a lost look in Commandant's eyes, like the Commandant is sleepwalking. No, maybe it's more like dreaming, as if the entire world isn't real. I'm very worried about Commandant. It's been 7 days since Commandant's strange incident. Perhaps this situation can't really be called strange. Commandant might really have had a long, horrifying dream. Is it really a dream, though? During sleep mode lately, I've also been dreaming about certain things. A crimson spiral tower, the blasted Babylonia, a strange frame that belongs to me, a space filled with white fog. No. Those couldn't be just dreams. The mind can't fabricate something so detailed. The development of the hyperreal frame was just completed. There's no way I could dream in such detail about its specific battle capabilities. My new frame is still just a blueprint. Even its appearance remains classified. I couldn't possibly visualize such detailed things that don't exist. Not to mention, Commandant. I dreamed that Commandant and I were in an open field. The paper shows signs of tearing here. The weather is quite nice today. I've noticed Commandant no longer remembers the specific details of that nightmare. I casually brought up the dream in front of Commandant, who seemed to have no idea what I was talking about. But when I described specific scenes, I could see it in Commandant's eyes. Helplessness and fear. What's making Commandant so afraid? I have a terrifying suspicion, but there's no way for me to verify it. If everything in my dreams had actually happened, those dreams are fading from my memory as time passes, but I've been trying my best to record every fragment. Unfortunately, those dreams are just scattered fragments. I can't piece together enough to form a complete picture of this nightmare. It might be a devastating battle, a mission bound to fail, or a future I don't want to face. Commandant has been carrying on alone for so long. It must have been tough. Looking through the small window from outside the lounge, you see Lucia, with furrowed brows, continuously writing something in her notebook. She's been acting somewhat mysteriously these days, often asking you strange questions. Some things she mentioned felt like they happened in your dreams, but others don't ring a bell at all in your memory. It seems you've forgotten many memories that should be remembered. Your terminal buzzes urgently, informing you it's time for the scheduled surface mission. Shaking off the tangled thoughts in your mind, you step forward and gently tap on the metal window frame. Lucia? Commandant? Absorbed in her writing, Lucia doesn't notice your arrival. When she hears you calling, she freezes for a moment before looking up. It's time to go. I'm sorry, Commandant. I almost forgot we had a mission today. It's okay. I came back early to find you anyway. Thanks. I've already set up the combat supplies in the prep room. We can head out now. Also, Commandant. What's the matter, Lucia? She hesitates for a moment before giving you a smile. Commandant, you've worked very hard. Worked very hard? It's nothing, really. Let's just say I had a nightmare too. After saying this, she quickly gathers her belongings and leaves the lounge with you. What did you dream about? Lately, I've often found myself dreaming of strange, fragmented scenes, but for some reason, they always remain blurry and out of reach. Given this context, you can't help but feel curious about Lucia's dream. I'll tell you more about it once we're on the transport craft, Commandant. It's alright. We have a very, very long time ahead of us. I hope we have a very long time ahead of us. Alright. That's it. That's it for Wither to Shine. We have gone through hell, become a god, and reset the timeline. You're glad this chapter had a positive ending? Yeah, me too. I think I do have some concerns, just because I know timeline resets can be a little make or break for story stuff. I know I've seen a lot of other series fumble it, but I hope PGR will manage it well, because I think they've been doing a really good job with their storytelling so far. I think the other thing, and this is less of a like story critique and more just like a personal preference thing. I wish Commandant had been able to remember what happened in these past few chapters. Or really, I guess it's not just the past few chapters, is it? Because we went back pretty far, didn't we? Like, before the Bianca Stigmata chapter. So that's... let me actually check. We've gone back like 13 chapters or something? And there's also other stuff too that I'm thinking about, like... was Imprisoned Sight the first time we met Vonnegut? Because he's gone now. So that would mean the events of this chapter are different. Huh. We got a lot to think about. Well, either way, I had fun with this chapter. I did not expect, like, the twist of, like, Chaos being fought as a boss actually being the Commandant. That was wild. I thought that was so cool. I never thought it would happen. You can't wait until the next synchronization so we can find out what happens. Yeah, me too. I feel like I still have questions about this reset. Like, because as we know, all traces of Vonnegut have been purged now, from the sound of it. So like I said, like, what does that mean for certain events? And like, without the Hetero Tower showing up, other things are going to change too. We're never going to get the inverted Hetero Tower, never the clean zone, Constellia. A lot of events are going to change. You think the things that are meant to happen will still happen, just at a later time? Yeah, I hope so. Because I think the one thing that really sucks about, like, timeline resets in stories is, like, you get all these story events and stuff, like, a bunch of things that have happened, and now it's like, okay, well, how much of that do we actually have to care about now? Does that make sense? Because, like, you know, there's a bunch of stuff that happened, but now we don't know how much of that actually matters. It's complicated. I'm interested to see what happens. I'll say again, I'm a little concerned just because I know storytelling can really be fumbled by this. Yeah, like you say, Vilrose, it can take away the importance of past events. And, like, you don't want to look back at, like, previous chapters and be like, well, that whole chapter's pointless now. And I know it's not exactly completely pointless, because it's not as though those events never happened. Because there still was, like, a timeline reset. And things still happened in the first iteration of the timeline. But now in this new timeline, a bunch of things are going to change. So we have to learn what's different and what's the same. Again, I hope not too much has changed. Because there are a lot of things in, like, more recent chapters that were really interesting, and that I'd like to imagine still happened. Hopefully not too much changes. Although there are, like, things I'll have to wonder about, like without the Hetero Tower showing up, without the Spiral of Kronos chapter happening, like, where's Lee gonna get his character development? I have questions, but hopefully the story will answer them in a way that I am satisfied with. I think the way that I feel about this turn of events is I have healthy concerns, but at this point I still have, like, you know, I'm not like, oh, they've ruined everything, because we still have to see what they do with it, you know? You still have to see how they end up managing it. And they could end up managing it well, they could end up managing it not very well. I hope they manage it well. So yeah, I'll say I'm coming away from this with healthy concern. But also I did really enjoy this chapter. And that's another quick thing about, like, why I wish the Commandant was able to keep their memories of the previous timeline, because then it would feel less like these events didn't matter, you know? Like, as long as we still retained knowledge of, like, everything that transpired, then it would still kind of matter, you know? Like, even if those events don't really happen, they'd still exist within our characters' memories, which I guess they kind of do a little bit, but we're not really conscious of them. I want to have them. I want them to be accessible, so that I can, like, in my self-insertiness, know all of this stuff that happened. But anyway, yeah, I think in the end I really enjoyed this chapter, and I'm excited, if a little concerned, to see what comes next, but you know, I am the type of person to have faith in these kinds of things. I'll also just say I consider myself fairly easy to please. As far as some things go, like, it's easy for me to get by being satisfied by, like, certain aspects of a game, and maybe being a little disappointed with others. I can still get past that. So even if it's a little disappointing, like, there's still a good chance that I'll still end up really enjoying the game, you know? Like, I'm not really worried that this is gonna completely destroy my investment in PGR. I think I'll still have fun, regardless of what happens. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. We've got at least 2 main story entries after this before the DMC collab. Actually, I'm not sure if it's 2 main story entries. Because I feel like what you're thinking... Well, actually, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I know the upcoming Selena Pianissimo chapter, that's main story. And I had at first thought that the Vera Garivor one was also main story, but that one's apparently a side story. Let me check it out. Maybe online I can find out. And then I had assumed that the Jetavi patch was also a side story. So it might be only one. But I'm not fully sure yet. I did also hear that we're getting another free S-Rank selector in the Selena patch. Yay! And this one goes all the way up to Chu Shukra. I do already have all of the constructs up to Chu Shukra, though. So I guess I'm just gonna use it to evolve Live Imperia even more. Well, anyway. Yeah, so we've got either one or two more main story updates before the DMC collab. Also, I heard that apparently over on the Chinese server, where new things are happening, the new beta for the patch after the DMC collab is gonna be Hush Hush. What does that mean? What are they hiding? Ugh, I got no idea. I'm excited. Oh, I'll say my one other disappointment with this chapter, and this is a fairly small thing, is if we have retconned Vonnegut from this timeline, that makes his chances of being playable very small, and I'm upset by that. Ever since Ishmael came out on the Chinese server, I've been thinking, like, it would be so cool to have the whole Nile team be Luna, Ishmael, and Vonnegut. The whole, like, the 3 agent team, although we have learned more recently that Ishmael, I guess, is probably not actually an agent of the Ascension Network, and she's just, like, that was just a rumor that spread. She's something even higher on the totem pole than an agent. But I always thought that would be so cool. But now we might not get playable Vonnegut. Although, who knows? Maybe Nemo will find his way over into our world some other way. Or maybe it'll happen when the Hetero Tower is actually supposed to show up. Like, maybe he'll still be there or something. I don't know. I still hope he becomes playable, but now I feel like the chances of that are a bit slim. But yeah, those, I guess, are my final thoughts. I do also intend to play the second chapter that got released with this integrated patch, the side story chapter featuring Lilith, Deceiver's Rapture. But I'm not gonna play it immediately after this, because there's some other stuff I want to do. But when I do get around to doing Deceiver's Rapture, which I definitely will do before the Selena patch drops, possibly even later this week, we'll see. But when I do it, I am gonna stream it. Honestly, it probably would be for the best if I did it this week, because there's also the Wuthering Waves update coming out next week, and I gotta do that when it comes out. I gotta go to Septimont. You gotta do that. Alright. So, with that will be the end of my stream for tonight. Thank you for coming along, going through the rest of Wither to Shine with me. I had a very fun time. I hope you did too. You can't wait for Septimont either? Yeah! I'm excited, it looks so cool. I think we are going to raid JP or Nebokeru, who, if you don't know, is the artist who made my PNG tuber avatar that you're looking at right now. It looks like he is, again, working on either art or rigging, because he does both of those. And we're gonna go raid him. So let's all go say hi, okay? Let's all go say hi! once again, thank you for coming. I hope you all have a really good rest of your week. And I'll see you next time I stream, whenever that ends up being. Goodbye. See you later. Bye-bye. We'll start the raid. Ah, wait, hang on. I momentarily forgot what I was doing. Okay. Now we're gonna do the raid. Okay, bye-bye!